due to lockdown on 23rd of March 2020, compared to the same period from 2017 to 2019. In general, studies emerging from different countries have reflected a reduction in air pollution during lockdown periods. In India, a complete lockdown termed the Janta Curfew was launched on the 22nd of March 2020, followed by a complete lockdown phase from 25th of March to 14th of April, with an almost complete ban on all activities except for essential supplies. In the lockdown 2, that is from 15th April to 3rd of May 2020, selected agricultural and industrial activities were allowed, and LD3 from 4th to 17th of May and LD4 from 18th to 31st of May, industrial and construction activities and other limited operations were allowed. These measures had a significant impact on pollutants criteria and in the ambient atmosphere. Previous reports observed nearly a 44% reduction in PM10 and 8% on PM2.5, 44% of NO2 and 32% of carbon monoxide in New Delhi during the Janta Curfew. This sharp decline in pollution levels was due to restrictions on transport services and all industrial activities. Air quality index values varied between satisfactory to moderate during the lockdown phases in the NCR region. Overall, decreases of 43%, 31%, 18%, and 10% in PM2.5, PM10, NO2, and CO levels respectively were reported during lockdown in India. Whereas ozone O3 showed a 17% increase in concentration and SO2 showed site-specific variations. In Calcutta, in eastern India, experienced a reduction of 24% to 45% emissions of CO during the lockdown due to limited industrial emissions and transport services. Similarly, AQI at Silicon Valley, Bengaluru, in southern India, improved from the hazardous category after lockdown. A nearly 40 to 50% reduction in NO2 levels were reported. During lockdown, particulate matter concentrations were at the lowest recorded levels in the previous 20 years. A significant reduction in air pollutants was observed during lockdown compared to 2017 and 2019 data over the Indo-Gangetic Plain and northern India. Unfortunately, this is all only momentarily. And now, as industrial activity is picking up, the indices are showing an upward trend. But it brings into one definite factor, that the effect of human activity on air pollution is significant. So, but it also brings about a fact that the air pollution factor, with proper conscious steps, it can be addressed. So with this, the climate change and sustainability are going to be two major factors in future policy making at all levels. I would like to recognize the presence of all experts that we have later in the during the technical sessions. Dr. N.R. Sahu, Ms. Anumita Roy Chaudhary, Professor Dr. Mishra, Dr. Khanindra Pathak, Mr. D.P. Mishra, Mr. Aditya Pundi, Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu, Mr. Alfredo Lopez Caratoro, Mr. Saroj Kumar Banerjee, Mr. P.K. Padjoshi, Mr. Rajesh Kanungo. I'm sure the deliberations on the emerging technology for control of industrial air pollution, regulatory and legal aspects of air pollution, industry best practices on air pollution and controlling measures, all these will result in a definite actionable programs which can be taken up by industry and everyone else included, which will bring about a positive change in the air pollution levels. With this, I thank everyone for having joined in this particular deliberation. Thank you. I will now request Mr. N.R. Sahu to please conduct the session. Mr. N.R. Sahu, please.
Thank you, Pani sir. In fact, you have made my job much easier by elaborating on various issues associated with the air pollution and their current status and the challenges, everything. Sir, respected Honorable Minister Captain Divya Shankar Mishra, Honorable Minister Home, Industry, MSME and Energy, the chief guest of today's inaugural function. Respected Dr. Mona Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, Forest and Environment and Climate Change. Respected guest of honor, Dr. Prashant Gargava, Member Secretary, Central Pollution Control Board. Dr. Sushant Nanda, Director Environment, Special Secretary, Forest Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Pankaj Satija and President Mr. Pani. So a warm welcome and good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen and all the participants. You must be aware that Indian Chamber of Commerce have been organizing workshops and seminars, particularly for action towards climate change. So this was a kind of a series of seminars that the Indian Chamber of Commerce have been doing for past several years. This year, there's some area or under the climate change action, air pollution was taken up, particularly for the importance that it has gained in last couple of years. I mean, the briefings by our President, Mr. Pani, have highlighted those things, the importance of air pollution. Particularly, it was felt during the COVID-19 lockdown, and now that the society is also aware of that, to what extent the air can be clean naturally. I mean, the lockdowns have shown us that. Nevertheless, in fact, this webinar aims at creating some sort of awareness and some sensitizing various stakeholders and how on the issues of air pollution. Now, air pollution, all of you know that it has got its own impact on human health. There had been several studies done which says that a very recent studies shows that an average Indian, in fact, loses about 7 to 8 years of their life because of high level of air pollution in the cities of India. And in fact, if you look at the recent status of air quality across the globe, points out that India has the highest number of air polluting cities in the world. So those are some of the things. It's really very challenging. And the government, particularly the central government, has gone overdrive, have taken up various actions for cleaning of the air of the urban India. So under that, there is a national clean air program, which is being, in fact, at the helm of affairs, Dr. Prashant Gargav, who is an air quality expert. He is a member secretary of the Central Pollution Control Board, and you can say that the entire national clean air program, which is being implemented around all across the country in 132 cities in India. So he is the chief architect, and he is the key person who is, who is orchestrating all those activities. So because we have him on this panel, I'm sure we'll be benefited immensely out of that. Now, coming to the air pollution in Odisha also, we have 7 such non-attainment cities. I mean, out of 132 cities, 7 are in Odisha, and few are, in fact, I will say that few are in the making. maybe the number 7 is likely to go up. There are a few cities. So the key challenges that the states or the state government faces are manifold. The reason being that when we're talking of air pollution, the air pollution is caused by several factors, several activities. For example, industrial emission is one of them. And within industrial emission, there are stack emissions, fugitive emissions, vehicular emissions, and so on. In urban cities, vehicular emission is another area of concern, like emissions from the vehicles, old vehicles, new vehicles, many such issues comes up when we're talking of addressing the air pollution from vehicles. The road conditions, the road dust emission is another area which demands improvement in road conditions, improve plantation along the road and all that, or cleaning up the roads. So construction and demolition, that is another area of actually which has their contribution to the air pollution in a city. Waste burning and waste collection, waste sweeping, and so those are some of the activities that contribute significantly to air quality, urban air quality. So you can see that there are so many things which contribute, and there are different stakeholders. For example, one is a vehicular emission. At the individual vehicle owner or the fleet owners, they are the key stakeholders. Similarly, for road conditions, there are various PWD and NHAI, various agencies who construct and maintain the road, so that to have a good air quality, we need to maintain that one. Construction and demolition, you can say there are several agencies who are doing it. I mean, some are constructing roads, some are digging our roads and laying cables. Some are doing some electrification. There are many such activities going on which contribute to air pollution. And there are different agencies at different levels. So if we actually put, I mean, the sum of all these activity, if we want to regulate, you will find that it's truly very, very challenging task to reduce the air pollution. I think Dr. Gargava would be the best person. I mean, he feels all the challenges on his table, and he is fully aware of all these things. Now, so out of this, industry is one key stakeholders. Now, within industries, there are various challenges. For example, within industry, we have small industry, we have large industry. Small industries are maybe individually, they're low on the pollution potential, but high in numbers. For example, brick kilns, for example, rice mill, for example, country stills. There are many such sectors where stone crushers. So there are many such sectors. They are individually, whatever is the pollution potential, but because they are large in numbers, their contribution becomes significant from air quality point of view in a city. So they are suffering from challenges that their access to finances, their access to right kind of technology, the clarity in the policies, all these things pose challenges not only for these small sectors, but also for the implementers like the State Pollution Control Board or other government agencies and so on. So therefore, this this webinar today is under the umbrella of action towards climate change. This year's theme was taken as air pollution and industry, where the objective of having both the small and large industry sit together. We want the large industries to handhold the small industry in terms of providing them right kind of technology, providing them or making them aware of certain handholding, demonstrating the best practices, and so on. In fact, if I remember, Mr. Pani, that when we first approached our additional chief secretary, she was very candid in asking that, well, I understand that this Chamber of Commerce can play a very, very pivotal role in ensuring clean air in the urban cities. And but before that, I need some commitment from the Chamber of Commerce. In what way the Chamber of Commerce can sensitize the smaller and weaker players so that they will come up. We need to lift them up to a level where they achieve a high level of air pollution. that was the kind of objective with which this webinar was organized. And we have for this webinar, we have different kinds of, if you look at the speakers, we have speakers who are the key policymakers or who are advocacy agencies, who understand what the pulse of the people, what people want in terms of clean air. That is a very, very important aspect, because the regulation alone will not be able to address all those things. In fact, that is a challenge the Pollution Control Board is facing almost every day. The industry, large industry, will come up that we have the best of technology and we are conforming to the norms. But people living around that, they say that, I mean, to hell with your norms and everything, but we are suffering. You know, I am having this problem and that problem, and that's a kind of those gaps has to be bridged. So so we have those advocacy agencies, we have policymakers. We have some great technologists and researchers as the speakers in today's webinar, both national and international. So with that, this will give some sort of exposure to all the stakeholders within the Chamber of Commerce to understand the pollution, the various issues of air pollution. And we have some, homemade technology developers who have developed some technology which they say that it is helpful to address many of the problems which are like fugitive emission. Area of fugitive emissions have remained a challenging thing for almost industries, large and small. I mean, irrespective of large and small, that is a challenging area. So we have few speakers who will talk about the technology that they have innovated, and particularly they have been homegrown, innovated in India. So I hope that all the participants will take advantage of those. Then finally, we have a section where the best practices of some high-performing industrial sectors that will be delivered. So that will give some kind of insight to all the participants. So with this, I hope that we'll be able to fulfill the objective of this webinar. And I mean, just a final word. I mean, the Chamber of Commerce, the industry association, the role of industry associations have been felt at the national level as well. I mean, this is a platform. I must share that in the recent amendment, there is a air quality monitoring committee under the National Clean Air Program, where the central government now has asked to include a member from the Chamber of Commerce or industry association in the state to be part of that committee. So that's a kind of a thing. Even the government is looking at the kind of partnership that is expected from the industrial houses and the industry association particularly. So I hope that this webinar will be extremely fruitful and all will be benefited with this. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And I wish a very interesting and fruitful discussion today morning. Thank you. Hello. Hello, Mr. Pani, you are muted. Hello. Mr. Pani, you are muted.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. N.R. Sahu. In fact, I thought you will conduct it, but right now, may I request our very own Mr. Manish Kharbanda, Member Core Advisory Committee and Mentor Steel and Mines Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, and Advisor Corporate Affairs, Legal and CSR and New Mining Development, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. Manish Kharbanda, please.
Honorable Mr. Divya Shankar Mishra, Minister for Home Industry, MSME and Energy, Dr. Mona Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Prashant Gargawa, Member Secretary, CPCB, Dr. Susanta Nanda, Director, Environmental Special Secretary, Department of Forest, Mr. Pankaj Satija, Managing Director, Tata Steel, Dr. N.R. Sahu, who's the convener, and Mr. Pani, who's the chairman for ICC State Odisha. My dear colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. It's a very, very pertinent topic, and I have heard my past two speakers on the subject. And so, my view on air pollution, of course, which we all understand that any topic of such a grave importance to everybody, it is a very air pollution means very varied things to varied people. You ask a commoner, we'll talk about air, the air we breathe, and we talked about how the air got cleaned. Such a broad topic which has importance to each and every individual on the earth is actually governed on the three pillars of policy, which is the governance part of it, the strategy, the tacticals, and the execution. So I am sure as we progress with the webinar, we will talk about all the facets and certain facets of which will actually dovetail either into the strategy or the governance part of it, or the tacticals or the execution and how it is really felt around by people. I would like to speak on a couple of issues to set the stage, which is the global perspective, what's happening on the governance platform, and then to touch a little bit upon the steel industry. And obviously, I think Pankaj may touch upon mining industry when it comes to him, so that we see what's happening in these industries, which is aligned to the global and the Indian goals. So we all understand that this 26th UN Climate Conference of the Parties, which was called the COP26, where about 197 countries participated, was held at Glasgow, UK, very recently. It concluded in November 21. This has strengthened the commitment of the complete the world forces on emission reductions and adaptation measures in a collective effort to keep global warming below 2 degrees Celsius, with the ambitious target of about 1.5 degrees Celsius. The nations have adopted the Glasgow Climate Pact and aiming to turn the 2020s into a decade of climate action and support. Just to give you some statistics, over 90% of the world GDP and 90% of global emissions are now covered by net zero commitments. And that's a very welcome news. At least the world is now waking up. 153 countries have put forward new or updated emission targets known as nationally determined contributions, NDCs. These cover around 80% of the world greenhouse emissions. A coalition of more than 100 countries has vowed to end reverse deforestation by 2030. In terms of the sectors, the power sector contributes to 25% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and coal is the single biggest contributor to human-created climate change. 65 countries have now committed to coal phase out. UK, of course, was in the news recently, has recently closed its last coal-fired power plant. Now about 34 countries and 5 public finance institutions committed to end direct public support for the international unabated fossil fuel energy. The other contributing factor is the road transport. The road transport accounts for about 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions and around half the world's oil consumption of oil. The decarbonization of road transport could lead to a reduction of 2.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide a year by 2030. So now if you see the major players like General Motors, Jaguar, Fiat, Volvo, Audi, Ford, Volkswagen in Europe have all committed to 100% zero emission vehicles by 2035. More than 110 companies have signed up the EV 100 pledge, committing to fully zero emission vehicle fleets by 2030. The over 100 countries signed up the global methane pledge to reduce global methane emissions by 30% by 2030. This includes 6 of the world's 10 top methane emitters: the United States, Brazil, EU, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Argentina. Now, what's happening? So this was some of the global statistics. Now, what's happening in India? In this backdrop, India has set a net zero target for 2070 and announced that 50% of the energy will be derived from renewable sources by 2030. Now, that's ambitious, given that India is still a growing economy and we are expanding fast, but this is the target that India has actually committed to. What we need to do is look at industry specifically and see that what each industry can do. And since this webinar has a special focus on Odisha, where there are a lot of mines in steel sector, I'm going to talk a little bit about the steel sector and what's happening and what will happen. So there's a need for decarbonization in steel sector and drive towards manufacturing of green steel. So the global steel industry is about 7 to 9% of the total industrial CO2 emissions in the world, while contributing 7% of the global GDP, which makes it makes it increasing important to set up decarbonization industry initiatives in the sector. The transition the steel industry of this scale to net zero by 2050 or 2070, which requires the entire transformation of the industry. It's the single largest energy consumer and CO2 emitter in the industrial sector in India. The average GHG intensity of Indian steel industry stands at 2.98 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel, which has to be brought down to 2.4 tons of CO2 per TCS by 2030. The path that global steel sector can take for decarbonization may or may not be the same for Indian sector. In India, in the world, 75% of steel is baked through the primary route and 25% through the electric arc furnace route, which is the scrap route. Once more scrap is available, the share of EAF would increase. That can eliminate the iron making process where the majority of CO2 emissions happen. This is not available in India because we are still growing and enough scrap is not being generated for the steel sector. So typically steel made over 40 years takes about 40 years to become scrap. So sit still India, of course, is about 10, 20 years. We see by 2030, 40 or 2050 where enough scrap could be generated to actually use the EAF route. So what's going to happen? I think there will be 3 phases. The phase 1 would be rely on improved efficiency in making and using steel. In phase 2, accelerating towards the end of this decade will benefit from growing availability of scrap in China and other developing economies. This will allow for a larger portion of global production to rely on recycled scrap and so reduce CO2 intensity in the industry. And the phase 3 would be the focus will be on using hydrogen and new methods to reduce CO2 intensity of the industry further. Now, the Indian government has taken some steps very recently, which of course we may all be knowing about. It's working on schemes like coal gasification, the National Hydrogen Mission to reduce the dependence of steel industry on coke. This will not only reduce dependence of the steel industry on coke, but also help in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So in this regard, Ministry of Coal, while a recent notification, which was I think 24th November, has increased the rebate from 20 to 50% on the premium quoted in auction, where coal produced using coal gasification or liquefaction of a plant of its holding subsidiary, affiliate or associate, which is a welcome step. This should go up further. Many automotive companies have already started declaring their net zero commitments, not only for their own manufacturing, but for the supply chain too. The European Union, of course, which is slightly retrograde, but is pushing for the world's first carbon border tax in the form of carbon border adjustment mechanism on imported goods. It plans to levy the tax in a phased manner from 2026. Now, the key levers that can contribute to reduce emissions in short term, say 2030, would consist of adaptation of best available technologies, BAT, such as maximizing operational efficiency in existing assets by investing in blast furnaces equipped with top pressure recovery turbines, coke oven equipped with coke dry quenching, waste heat recovery systems, spelting reduction technologies, etc. The technological development and implementation has to go up 70% across the steel sector from current level of 30 to 40%. Then, of course, I talked about gas-based DRI, which is substituting coal with gas as much as possible. At the firm where I advise, JSPL has already operating is CGP and DRI plant in Angul, and they also have the same gas-based DRI in Oman. Injection of natural gas in blast furnace. Of course, I've been told certain companies, including JSPL, are working and studying the economic viability in various units and the renewable energy usage. Then, of course, the increased utilization of scrap. Scrap-based EAF is the least carbon-emitting method in steel making. The use of 1 ton of the recycled product can thus save about 1 ton of CO2 in steel making. Thus, the EAF route is definitely going to increase in India. Everyone understands that we have to grow, and that is the immediate route available to bring down the CO2 emissions. The challenge is on the higher cost and on the availability of scrap, and I think the government here needs to intervene and to see that there are policies for recycling of scrap, like we have the vehicle scrap policy, which has been announced recently. We have to develop dedicated scrap collection centers, processing centers, network, which have to be built and made available to the steel industry. In India, about 25 million ton of scrap being supplied from domestic unorganized scrap industry and 7 million ton is being imported. As per national steel policy, it has been projected that the demand of scrap increases to 70 million ton in 2030. So to reduce 7 billion ton of scrap, the country shall require at least 70 scrap processing center, each with the capacity of 1 lakh ton without disturbing the dismantling the existing facilities. So in the long run, there are two main technologies which are expected to become commercially feasible and result in decarbonization of steel industries. These are CCUS, which is carbon capture utilization system, and the green hydrogen based reduction of iron. In short, the CCUS technology, the production route can remain BIBOF, but the CO2 produced during the process is captured and either stored in geological reserves or is utilized for making fuel and chemicals. Other major technology which can have help in decarbonization is the reduction of iron ore using hydrogen. If this technology is produced if hydrogen is produced using renewable electricity and the steel is made using renewable energy, the steel produced can be called as green steel. However, these two green technologies are expected to be commercially feasible only in the long run, which is beyond 2035. The key enablers could be, of course, the policy initiatives, the R&D and technology collaboration, access to finance and capital, preferential public procurement, and carbon credit mechanisms. Worldwide, let me just take you to a synoptic view very shortly. Ovako Nippon Steel subsidiary in Europe has succeeded in using hydrogen to heat semi-finished steel products and has started the construction of carbon-free hydrogen plant. The reduction target of CO2 emissions by 2030 is 80% compared to that in 2015. ArcelorMittal is building a demonstration plant at Hamburg, Germany, which will reduce iron ore with hydrogen. It is also collaborating with 11 partners on a project called Siderevin to build a 3-meter industrial cell that will test iron ore reduction via electrolysis at France. ArcelorMittal is also working on circular carbon energy sources, including bio-based and plastic waste from municipal and industrial sources, as well as agriculture and forestry residues. Through a process called Torero, ArcelorMittal will reduce iron ore with waste carbon rather than fossil fuel coal in a demonstration plant in Belgium. ThyssenKrupp has recently commercialized a steel grade with about 70% lower CO2 under its brand Lumen Steel. So what's really happening is that there is a need for adaptation of the best available technologies in the industry. And as summing up, the gas-based DRI, the availability of scrap for EAF will definitely reduce the emissions in the industry. So the setting up of renewable energy plants, which India has endeavored to, is a welcome step. And I would look at some more strong policy changes coming both at the policy level and at the execution level to make the air pollution and much more sustainable, and the pollution standards to come down dramatically. And I see a big role of the industry going forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manish Kharbanda. That was very exhaustive and very nice to know about what is going around the world. And with that, may I now request Mr. Pankaj Kumar Satija, Managing Director of Tata Steel Mining Limited, to please give his special address.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Divyasankar Mishra, Dr. Mona Sharma, Dr. Prasant Gargwa, Dr. Sushant Nanda, Dr. Sahu, Mr. Pani, Mr. Manish Kharbanda, Mr. Inkar Gupta, and all the distinguished guests, members, audience, and colleagues. The topic has been deliberated by the previous 3 speakers, and it reminds me one of the shloka of Rigveda also, that Samaniva Hakuti Samana Hirdayaniva Samana Vastu Omna Yathava Susahasti. And that means that let our aim be one and single. Let our hearts be joined as one, united be our thoughts, at peace with all may we be together in harmony. And this shloka is very pertinent in today's context, that this subject has been discussed for a long time. There has been NCAP, which Dr. Sahu mentioned. The number of non-attainment cities went from 102 to 122 to 132. And there has been some work which has been done by the different sectors. So the issue is also, I would say, compounded by the different sectoral aspects as has been mentioned, right from construction, demolition, thermal power plant, vehicular emissions, industry, restaurants where they use different stores, agriculture residue. So the contribution is from the different sectors. Hence, the solution is also coming from the different authorities and either state or center. So in 2020, based on 15 Finance Commission recommendation, Government of India had set aside 1.7 billion USD to fight air pollution. Over the next 5 years for 42 cities with million plus population, that reduces pollution level by 15% every year. Industry has also taken a lot of steps. CPCB has also guided, SPCB is also guided. There are very good case studies in India as well as abroad. Gujarat has emission trading system which started in 2019 and probably one of the kind in the world. There are some other measures taken by Sweden, like setting targets for percentage reduction in landfill biodegradable waste, Gramacho landfill gas storage system in Rio, then the pipe anaerobic composting Alappuzha recycling business model in Mysuru, and municipal segregation models in Panji. There are other initiatives like pilot blockchain initiatives which is taken by the government of Netherlands, Agora Tech Labs, Swachh Coin, Plastic Bank. So as the problems are coming from the different sectors, the solutions are also being tried by academia, industry, government, startups. But yes, it's a long mile to go. And whenever we look for certain solutions, the solutions usually is pointed towards renewables. And when we talk of green hydrogen, also the share of renewables goes up high. And it reminds me one of the story of our own scriptures that Sanjana, who was the daughter of Vishkarma, married to son. And once Vishkarma asked Sanjana, how has been your married life? And Sanjana says that I can't able to see Lord's sun because so bright. And then Vishwakarma reduced the brilliance of Lord's sun by 1/10 and created Sudarshan Chakra and Trishul, which was used by Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiv. And most of our scriptures are mentioning those use of weapons in killing the demons. So if we talk about the today demons, it is their pollution and climate change. And we again look to Lord Sun as the recourse and the resource for fighting against this demon. And whether we talk about renewables, solar, or EVs or green hydrogen, that becomes far more important and paramount. So the solution as such, we have to see at the industry level, which Mr. Kharbanda mentioned. So many companies have taken many initiatives in climate change and air pollution, but it has to be looked at the macro level also, and the circular economy and the macro level concept becomes more important. We might see many stone quarries when we move towards highways, but we also know that different steel plant produces different products. We call it co-products. So blast furnace slag is being used in the cement. LD slag has many applications, though it has been used as a rail ballast and other areas, but two more applications which steel industry has worked on. One is improving the marine ecology, and NIO study has proved that it can be successfully deployed in improving the marine ecology. We have requested CPCB, and CPCB is also collecting the data about the disco products being generated from the different plants. And probably after the generation inventory and assessment, the guidelines will come and on a trial basis, if it is can be proven in Indian context, that will also give one more area of opportunities. The second is fertilizers. So LD slag as a soil conditioner has also been proven. We have engaged with Agriculture University in Pusa, and Ministry of Steel has also signed an MOU where 3 steel companies have been working apart from Tata Steel individual engagement with Agriculture University. There also we have got good results. So when we look at one-to-one in the industry, the co-products, that is one, but when these co-products can be used in different industry as their raw material for the circular economy aspects on a macro level can also be achieved. We also see when we travel that road and rail cross at each other in India, which is not common in overseas. So whenever a rail comes, both sides of the railway crossing, number of trucks, they are number of vehicles, they keep on waiting, and that generates the fuel. So these are the macro issues which both the state and center can take care of reducing the pollution. Industry as such has a greater responsibility and many activities because either in terms of climate change or in terms of air pollution, and the third most important aspect on biodiversity, because the direct drivers of both are common and consequences are common. So when the temperature rises, the species can migrate to upper level if they are living in the cold zone, but then there is a scope where they can go further. So all these three are interlinked, the drivers and the consequences are linked. And more importantly, the industry is trying to work on it, but the larger issue remains that how we can see at the macro level. So the solution also requires a contribution from individual, contribution from a society, and contribution from the government. Individual also, as Prime Minister Modi has told on the lifestyle and the consumption, we also need to be mindful of our own consumption pattern and how we can reduce the consumption so that it will also limit the manufacturing to an extent that unmindful expenditure or consumption should not happen. So I would like to conclude here with the famous couplet of Ahmad Faraz that there are issues, there are challenges, each one is trying its level best, either government, academia, startups. Some more collaboration will further help, but it is the individual who has also to look forward where he can or she can think of using the public transport instead of using their own transport, the minimalistic lifestyle which has been the ethos of Indian culture, and how we can move towards it. So it says that शिकवाए जुल्मते शब से कहीं बेहतर है अपने हिस्से की शम्मा जलाते जाते. So we may criticize or we may ask government for more policy measures, but the issue remains that what as an individual I am doing or what as a group I am doing. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pankaj Satija. That was very interesting, and of course you made it far more interesting by quoting those lovely quotations. It was nice, and the message is very clear, and thank you for that. Now may I request Dr. Sushant Nanda, IFS, Director and Environment cum Special Secretary, Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Odisha, to please address the special address, give us the special address.
Sir, Dr. Nanda is still in there. He is along with Madam for the departmental meeting going on, sir.
Okay.
So he will be
you
also
said
joining
they'll be
late.
join around 11:30. That's 12 o'clock. That's what you said.
Yeah, he will be also joining late along with Madam. So after that
Okay.
meeting is still going on.
Okay. With that, may I request Dr. Prashant Gargava, our guest of honor, to please deliver his special address. Dr. Prashant Gargava, please.
Thank you, Mr. Pani. Good morning to all the distinguished guest participants. Respected Mr. Dibyashankar Mishra, Honorable Minister for Home Industry, MSME and Energy Department. Respected Dr. Mona Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Odisha. Other distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. At the outset, let me compliment the ICC Odisha State Council and the State Pollution Control Board of Odisha for having organized this extremely relevant discussion. And also let me thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. I will briefly discuss about the air quality management initiatives that are underway, the challenges, and just to keep you updated as to how are we dealing, as a society, as technical institution, as regulatory body, as government, are trying to deal with this very relevant subject, which has larger implications on health of each one of us. It's very complex subject. The atmospheric chemistry, the atmosphere, the air pollution is a complex subject, not only on account of the multiplicity of the sources, but also the complexity of nature of this problem. Air quality management is equally challenging. Again, primarily as we have to deal with number of activities that contribute to air pollution sources, therefore multiple agencies, multiple stakeholders get involved. There are challenges in terms of technology, there are societal challenges, there are challenges in terms of resources, there are transboundary pollution, transport related issues. So therefore, air pollution and air quality management are extremely challenging. That does not mean that this is something which is beyond our control or cannot be managed. To control air pollution is very much doable. What we need to do is to clearly understand different components, different ingredients, and then try and address each one of them in a very holistic, comprehensive manner. First and foremost is to ensure that science remains at the core of all our policy formulation, all our action planning or implementation. To get air quality data, we have a network through ground-based sources which provide us information as to which part of the area has what kind of air quality, what are the exposure levels, and then the sources that are contributing to that much of air pollution. So these kind of regular scientific analysis of data on air pollution levels, on sources, on their contribution, that helps prioritizing the sources, are the key to any air quality management plan. While we have ground-based stations, we are also looking at advanced technologies, whether it is use of mathematical models or use of satellite-based information, and try and transform that information to assess ground level pollution levels. We have done some work with IIT Delhi, and we have been able to develop our own indigenous correlation factors relating satellite-based information to air pollution levels. So this kind of information and continuous upgradation of our knowledge is the first step. Similarly, when we refer to the source contributions, and when I was saying that knowledge has to be at the core, let me just cite one or two examples here. As you may be aware that we have been struggling with particulate matter pollution, primarily PM10 and PM2.5. Majority of the other pollutants that we measure, except nitrogen dioxide, at some places. Other parameters are more or less, within the national air quality standards. So therefore, the current challenge is the particulate matter pollution. When we did the source apportionment studies for the first time in the 6 mega cities, sometime in 2010, we realized that large fraction of these particulates are sulfates, which are originating from sulfur dioxide emissions getting converted to particles. So therefore, this kind of scientific analysis clearly indicated that while we are dealing with particulate matter, if we need to control, we also need to control sulfur dioxide emissions. We had no clue unless until we had this information. So therefore, power plant emission standards were tightened, and you must be aware that now all the power plants have to install FGD to minimize sulfur dioxide. Similarly, volatile organic compounds. Now, these are all gaseous emissions. Unless until you have a good scientific database to suggest that these gaseous pollutants are converting into particles and could be a leading source, you would not pay any attention to them. So VOC, there are different set of actions. The point that I'm trying to say is, again, to emphasize that the science is extremely, extremely important for any policy formulation. Had we not known about sulfate issue, sulfur dioxide levels were much lower than the standards, and therefore one would not have thought about controlling the sulfur dioxide. And then you would have lived with the higher particulate matter levels. In terms of actions, again, these are to be taken at different levels. There should be policy interventions, policy directives, which will have larger implication at the pan-India level, and thereby also affecting the localized air quality at city level or regional or sub-regional levels. Introduction of BS6. Again, if you look at power plant emission standards or industrial emission, tightening of emission standards, moving towards a cleaner cooking fuel, the Ujjwala scheme, the Swachh Bharat, which has large contribution. These policy initiatives will have larger implication at pan-India level. So therefore, the background levels would come down and would also influence to larger extent at the city level air quality. So these kind of policy level initiatives, directives, framework is one set of actions. The second set of actions would be at the city level or airshed or sub-regional level. I'll cite some examples of work that was done in case of Delhi as well. Dr. Sahu talked about National Clean Air Program, which again is a very, very comprehensive, integrated approach-based program. There are convergence of resources, there are convergence of activities, actions by different stakeholders, and targeting 132 non-autonomous cities for gradual reduction in PM10 and PM2.5 levels. For each of these non-autonomous cities, there are city action plans. For the sources which are relevant in the cities, there are actions for long-term actions, the medium-term actions, and also short-term. Now, while long-term actions would provide sustainable solutions, you can't wait, till your public transport, for that matter, gets strengthened. You can't say that I'll take 10 years time to strengthen public transport, to put up metro rail or augment my bus services, and then will not do anything till 10 years. So therefore, you also need to have short-term implementation, enforcement-based actions in each of the city plans. So city plans, captured all relevant sources, all the actions at long, short, and medium, time period. An institutional framework for monitoring implementation of the action plan is very important. The institutional framework, institutional mechanism, unless until you provide, it's very difficult to monitor, or wherever there are any, midterm corrections required, there has to be somebody who takes decisions. So that arrangement also is made over there. There are prioritized actions, there are funds available. Again, converging from different resources. Various ministries, they have different grants, different schemes. So we are looking at, city plans. Now, we did not want the city plan to be only on paper. And therefore, we had given a detailed framework to each of these cities to be able to make micro level plans. Unless until you are able to plan micro level activities, which again will be, at different levels, there will be different, micro planning. For example, if city has to, improve the road quality, if there are unpaved roads which need to be paved, unless until one knows as to which are the roads that need to be paved, how many kilometers, what time frame, these kind of detailing, unless until you do that, probably, at the end of the plan period, we will not be able to get the result that we had envisaged. So therefore, at the city level, the micro level, plan, implementation, and its monitoring is very, very useful. Now, let me touch upon 2 or 3 more points, since industry is also here. Industry, while we are saying that standards, the technology upgradation, whether it is process technologies or pollution control technologies, are important. To my understanding, the entire pollution control regime now, time has come that it moves towards self-regulation. No more, inspecting and then, making sure that only during inspection the industry complies, and rest of the times, it is left to the individuals whether they do or they do not comply with the standards. Industry will have to take up this responsibility on their own, self-regulation, and then we believe, whatever industry says, if they are complying, if there are any non-compliance observed, then there has to be, strict actions, there has to be accountability fixed and actions taken, so that there is complete discipline. To my understanding, not only industries, everywhere time has come when there is self-regulation, based on wisdom, based on understanding, based on social responsibility or compliance to the regulatory requirements, whatever, point that, attracts an individual unit, but it is to be done. Last point is about the perception. See, we have to create awareness. People are aware that air pollution affects their health, but it has not reached to the level wherein people start participating, unless until it becomes a people's movement. We always see example of under Swachh Bharat mission, say Indore Municipal Corporation, the way they had done under Swachh Bharat mission, continuously #1 ranked city for the 5 years. Now, it is not possible only because of one municipal commissioner or mayor or certain actions. It was basically possible because it became a people's movement. People started taking pride in saying that my city is the cleanest city. If some of you have got a chance to visit Indore, you will see that, you can feel that change in the behavior of the people. You can't throw a piece of paper on the road just like that in the city of Indore. So unless until this kind of participation, this level of participation, we are able to ensure from the people, our work, will be more difficult. And therefore, we need to, go to the public with right kind of information, right kind of data, telling them that this is what is going to affect you, this is what you can all do together, and then involve them in our activities. And then that would, go a long way. I was referring to Delhi's experience. You must be, of course, getting from the media that, during winter it becomes extremely, extremely critical. Though there has been substantial improvement in last, 4-5 years. interventions. Again, at policy level, large number of industries in Delhi NCR had moved to cleaner fuel. BS6, of course, there was decongestion done. Thousands of industries moved to PNG. There is 24/7 monitoring of red category industries in NCR for the solid waste management, for traffic, for construction demolition waste management. A lot of activities, a lot of actions have been taken. We also analyzing the data on hour-to-hour basis. We have a control room wherein we track air quality levels, air pollution levels on every hour basis. Right in my room, there is a screen that gives me hour-to-hour fluctuation of PM10 and PM2.5 levels. We identify hotspots, made hotspot specific plans, looked at PM2.5 PM data closely to identify as to which are the sources in a particular area. If it is more of finer fraction, we could target more of combustion sources. If it is coarser fraction, we could target in those areas more of dust-related sources. So that kind of continuous inputs, the field feedback to the teams, and all these efforts, directions, their implementations, accountability, actions against violators, this has started giving positive results. And let me share with you, starting 2016, if you look at 2020 or even 19 data, 2020 not being a normal year because of pandemic, there is almost 30% reduction in annual average PM10 and PM2.5 levels. The number of AQI days under moderate, satisfactory, and good have increased from about close to 100 to now around 180 or 190. In 2020, in fact, it crossed more than 200. So this is a kind of, and it's a consistent improvement. That gives us confidence that if we put our act together, if our plan, our actions as per the scientific analysis, what science tells us, make accountable, people accountable, and then continuously monitor, take actions, it is possible to achieve air quality. And with that confidence, this NCAP has been launched. And I'm sure that in the years to come, when we have more of upgraded technology in place, more of clean fuel, industry moving towards better technology, BS6, strengthening our road infrastructure, we will be in a position to achieve much, better air quality than envisaged in the air quality program. But then for which we'll have to, act together. We'll have to, participate. Everyone will have to participate. I think this is what I thought I'll share with you. But thank you once again for giving me this opportunity, and look forward to continuous support from each one of you for this, as I said in the beginning, very challenging task of providing cleaner air to our fellow beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prashant. In fact, drawing on your vast experience and also the present position where you can bring about a meaningful change, it was very heartening to hear you laying out the from policy to implementation, gave example of Indore, and of course, you concluded with a very, very positive note that it has to be a people's movement. There has to be accountability. There has to be activity at micro levels, not only on a holistic level. So, which will bring about a change, and the change is coming. The change is getting faster. Thank you very much for having stated that, and we look forward to your continued actionable activities, which will bring about this change. Thank you. Having said this, may I have the pleasure of welcoming our Honorable Minister, our friend, Mr. Captain Dibya Shankar Mishra. Welcome, sir. Nice to see you. As always, you're one of the most proactive, positive, and who takes challenges and gets things done. You have always been a good friend of Indian Chamber of Commerce, Odisha. and not only the Indian Chamber of Commerce, all the chambers and industry and the people.
Single
We know
ICC
your
program
commitment.
is not attended, sir, till today.
Thank you. We also know your commitment to what is there in the to Kalahandi and the entire region out there. So with that, we welcome you and thank you for joining us. And we really look forward to hearing from you. So address by Honorable Chief Guest, Captain Divya Shankar Mishra.
नमस्कार पानी साहब, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जो रिप्लाई था आप सुन रहे थे वो मेरे प्राइवेट सेक्रेटरी के थे। उन्होंने कहा कि एक भी आईसीसी का कार्यक्रम ऐसा नहीं है जो हमने मिस किया है। We are always there for you. It's good to listen to you all. Thank you ICC for giving me a chance again. I was listening to Mr. Prashant Gargava, others who spoke today. I'm really privileged to be part of this webinar. Environment is a concern, and rightly said by Mr. Gargava that it's no more corporate social responsibility. I take it to a next level and I say it is individual social responsibility. With the education standard going up in Odisha, with the schools transformation that has been initiated by our 5T department and under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister. Education is reaching to the far-flung region, to the remote part, to the tribal-dominated part. So I strongly feel that what all we discuss out here will definitely take shape, because at the grassroots, things are changing in terms of education. So we are heading in the right direction. A few years down the line, we never thought of zero discharge industry. We never thought of environment. We're not concerned about the environment. Human beings, like, you see families of cat, you see families of dogs, you see families of horse, zebra, donkey. Where is our family? There's only one Homo sapien. So our family members are non-existent now in the world. But fossils prove that there were human beings who were slightly different than us. In the cat family, cat is there and lion is also there. They look so very different. So in our human being family, from the skeleton fossils, it's evident that there were other humans also, and they look very different. In terms of size, looks, they were different, but we killed them all. In the land, almost 200 species are extinct. Dinosaurs, mammoth, saber-tooth. If I name them, almost 200 species are lost from the earth. Thankfully, we don't live in the sea, and that could be the reason that not a single species in the sea is extinct today. So we know who the culprit is. So let the culprit change the attitude, approach towards the environment. And that is what is the aim of exercise today. We all must be concerned about our environment, try and protect, and not think that it is all ours. We are just part of the system. We are part of the food chain. We might be on the top of the food chain, but if any link breaks, definitely the pyramid is going to collapse. And that is what is precisely happening in this COVID era. The virus was to stay in the plant kingdom. We tortured the plant kingdom. Massive, large-scale mining deforestation was undertaken without taking care of the environment. Forests were not managed the right way. All over the world, globally, I'm talking about. That is the reason the virus shifted out from the plant kingdom to the animal kingdom. We tortured the animal kingdom. And now the virus has come onto us. How do you push back this virus? And this is not the only attack. This virus is going to stay for long. Could be there'll be different kind of virus mutants which will attack us. So if this is not taken care of, if you don't wake up, the wake up call is begun. And if you don't wake up now, I think things will run out of hands. And I thank ICC for showing concern towards the environment today. I visited few countries and I see their industry culture very, very different. Today, if someone wants to open a shop on the highway, the first thing he does is the trees that are there on the highways in front of his shop, they cut the tree at night immediately. Then they start constructions. Rather, every shopkeeper should plant 4 trees in front of the shop. That approach has to come in. If people should skirt around the trees and come into their shops. Why do you want clear space in front of your shops? The attitude, the culture needs to be different now. I strongly feel that all the organization, all the industrial organizations should come forward and let there be sensitization, and everyone should be more focused on environment. When the Prime Minister of Bhutan spoke about the carbon emission in some world forum, no one heard. Because Bhutan is a very tiny country, it's a small country. And the second meet, when they said that Bhutan is the only country in the world which is carbon negative, the focus was on Bhutan. Wherein a tiger living in 15,000 feet under snow can freely move and come down onto the plains. There's no break in forest. Bhutan in its constituency has said there'll be around 70% of forest cover. No industrialization can take place. Nothing can happen. So we must build certain laws. We must formulate a new set of rules which will protect our world. I strongly feel you all are doing your best, whatever best possible in terms of energy conservation, in terms of environment conservation. You all are doing, but I strongly feel it's not enough. The greed for everything for the humans will have to stop. If there are fruits on the trees, you have planted those trees, you have an orchard, you have a mango orchard. Not all the fruit is yours. अगर पेड़ों से 10 फल गिरते हैं, आप 10 को अपने गोदी में उठा लेते हो, 11वां जब गिरती है उसको भी उठाने की कोशिश करते हो, कुछ तो छोड़ दो चींटी मक्खियों के लिए. They're all part of the system. That greed is not over. Let all of us learn to stop this greed. We must leave something for the environment, for the animals, for the plants, for the birds. Then only we'll have we talk of equal and just society amongst humans only. Let there be a equal environment concern for every species on the world. That is how I look at it. I thank you all and those who have participated today for showing your concern towards the environment. Let's build a better world. Let's heal the world. The world is really damaged. It's time to heal the world, and all of us should take care. People in the remotest part that take care of the environment, let me tell you all. They're more concerned about, I was flying in Chhattisgarh, I landed in one of the remote part in Bastar region. There was one tribal household where I went there, where the boundary was all made of small or thin teak plants. So I asked the man of the house, why did you cut so many teak plants to just make a boundary like this? The reply given to me by him is, sir, इसको सागुन को काटने से फिर से उग जाता है, एक एक नहीं 4-4 टेनियां निकलती है, लेकिन आप दूसरे पेड़ों को काटोगे तो नहीं उगेगा, ये उगता है इसलिए काट दिए. Even those we think that they are not concerned about environment, are not educated, they know their environment well. They are not after elephant tusk. They are not after tiger skin. It is we, the greedy people, to look forward for possessing elephant tusk or a tiger skin who motivate indirectly the people living in the forest, and that's how the poaching takes place. So more affluent people, the civic society has to change their approach. That's what I strongly feel. We cannot blame others. We must blame ourselves. Rightly said, the work culture in so many places is changing. The kind of disposable that we use in our present day society, I have taken on vow myself. In any of the feasts or anywhere I go to dine, where these disposable plates are given, I'm not going to use it. I promised it to myself. I take my own plate in my car. Wherever I go, I take my plate. I've been doing it. People criticize me for that. But I do it. Before cutting the tree, think of our parents. Think that these trees lived much prior to even our parents. Let's stop using wood substitute. Let's reduce initially. Let there be wood substitute. Let's stop using wood. Let better substitute be invented by people. We have think tank in the country. We have very, very special people, very, very intelligent lot who can think on those lines. The environment concern has to come in at a very, very fast pace now. If we want during the COVID era to escape, if we want a better health environment for all humans, then I strongly feel that we must take care. And not that everything is lost. Together we can, and together we will protect our nature, heal the world, make it a better place for you, for me, and for the next generation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You have always very clearly stated that everything has to come to ground level reality. And you clearly stated again, and you have repeated it earlier, we really salute you for that CSR should become ISR. So nicely stated and so nicely exemplified by you, by demonstrating it, by taking your thali along. Thank you. That's a great lesson to all of us. And with that,
थैला और थाली, पानी साहब, थैला और थाली, मार्केट जाने के लिए पॉलिथीन नहीं चाहिए, थैला चाहिए और थाली चाहिए साथ ले जाने के लिए, किसी भी फंक्शन में जाने के लिए, थैला और थाली साथ.
Correct, sir. And I also look forward to when you showed us that a huge mango that was there in your tree, that grew in your tree. So you have to invite us one day, sir. We'll go across and have some nice salad with you.
Tell everyone that seriously, in my house in Bhubaneswar also, not a single fruit was plucked. It was all left for the birds and the insects. It's a fact. Everyone must be thinking that I'm exaggerating, but seriously not. Not a single fruit even today is being touched by any humans in my house. It is all for others.
Thank you very much for that. And we are really grateful that you participated, and for our earlier speakers have spoken also very well. So I'll request Dr. N.R. Sahu to please sum up whatever has been stated earlier, and also clearly state that what are the two technical sessions that we have, and also give the vote of thanks. Dr. N.R. Sahu, please.
Thank you, Pani Sahab. Honorable Minister, the Captain Dibashankar Misraji, other speakers. So we are thankful to the Honorable Minister, even despite all his busy schedule, he could find his time and came to this platform and delivered something extraordinary, I must say. The kind of, in fact, I hope that I personally will remember that thela and thali, and I hope others will also follow. That was quite impressive, sir. So for your benefit, let me just sum up what other speakers have come. And before that summing up, let me also intimate that Mr. Alfredo Lopez from Ricardo Energy, who is in London, he has joined. He joined a little late, so I think we must welcome him, and he'll be there in the technical session. We'll be talking about air pollution and energy. So Alfredo, hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Very pleased to meet you all. I've been listening carefully. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we look forward to listen from you in subsequent session. Sir, Honorable Minister, sir, we started Mr. Pankaj Kumar Satija and Manish Karbanda, they started with their speech. Manish Karbanda, who is from JSPL Core and Advisory Committee member of ICC, and he talked about mostly about the climate change policies and what is happening around the world, what happened recently in the COP26, and in what way the steel sectors are contributing to the climate change mitigation. What was the India's goal, and how steel sector is helping to achieve that kind of a goal. It was a very exhaustive, filled with all kinds of informations, facts and figures and statistics, what is happening around the world, what is happening in India, and what in India we are looking forward in coming 50 years. So that was the kind of delivery from Manish Karbanda, sir. Then Mr. Pankaj Satija, who is a managing director of Tata Steel Mining Limited, he spoke about the general air pollution and the kind of issues that has been faced in the industries, particularly the mining sectors and the other sectors. So that was a kind of in what way the mining industry can contribute and handhold other sectors in reducing air pollution. So Pankaj Satija, in fact, elaborated nicely on those aspects. Unfortunately, Dr. Mona Sharma Madam could not attend because of a NGT meeting which is going on. So that is the reason why she could not come make it. Then we had Dr. Prashant Gargav, who is a member secretary of Central Pollution Control Board. He highlighted the complexity of air pollution, urban air pollution that is happening all across the country. He highlighted that how National Clean Air program or the action plan, city-wide action plans are being developed under the clean air programs and what are the challenges. And he specifically point out what are the technical challenges, what are the financial challenges, and what are the societal challenges. How we should, I think during the last part, Honorable Minister was also there. So how I mean, the societal aspects can be leveraged for a successful implementation of air quality programs in cities. So that was a kind of a new facet of this air quality management. But nevertheless, I mean, his talk was very, very impressive, and in fact, that was very, very enriching, in fact, for all others. So I mean, that was the kind of that was the sum and substance of now all the deliveries made by the previous speakers. I again take this opportunity to thank Honorable Minister Captain Divya Shankar Mishra ji, Honorable Minister of Home, Industry, MSME and Energy. I think all the departments, in fact, the Sir Hold has to play a key role in reducing air pollution, whether it's industry or MSME and energy. I mean, all they are the key sectors in terms of air pollution in the state. So thank you very much, sir. You could come and deliver and enlighten us with your deliveries, enriching deliveries, sir. I thank Dr. Prashant Gargav, who is, I mean, he's also extremely busy. I know he's being, squeezed between the ministries and NGTs and so many other things. And despite all that, he could find some time and joined us. He's sitting with us for 1.5 hours. That was a great gesture, and we were highly enriched with your delivery, and I'm sure we'll continue our association with that. And we're extremely, extremely thankful to you for coming here on this platform. And I'm thankful to Pankaj Kumar Satija, Managing Director of Tata Steel Mining Limited, who in fact not only, he was kind of a, key members who made this total thing happen. In fact, Pankaj Satija and Manish Karwanda, they were the two motivating factors who could result in, assembling so many people and being here. And moreover, their valuable insights into the problem of air pollution from their respective industrial sectors. And so that was really very enriching, and they could, I'm thankful to them for coming here and delivering all this lecture, be in the inaugural session. I'm thankful to the President, Mr. J.B. Pani, President, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Chairman, Indian Chamber of Commerce, for being here. And he, in fact, is the key, you can say the key architect of having this kind of a webinar. We are, in fact, we used to have seminars and workshops, but because of this COVID-19, so we are not being able to do that. So that was a negative point on this, but then the positive side is within a short time, we're being able to listen to many experts across the globe. So that is a kind of a thing that benefit that we are having. So I'm thankful to Mr. J.B. Pani, Chairman, Indian Chamber of Commerce, for conceiving of such kind of workshops and webinar. We will have many more speakers for the subsequent session. We have a regulatory and legal aspect of air pollution. There will be one session. So we are having Mrs. Anumita Rai Chaudhary, who is Executive Director from Center for Science and Environment. Then we have Dr. Professor P.C. Misra, who was a former expert member of National Green Tribunal. We will listen to them from their perspective on air pollution and what are the legal provisions and policy level intervention that is required. Then we have another session on emerging technology for control of pollution. We have with us Dr. Khanindra Pathak, who is a professor of IIT Kharagpur, and Mr. D.P. Misra, who is a technology innovator, who is a co-founder of Surface Solution for Green Earth. Mr. Aditya Punde, he's a country director of South Asian Climate Reality Projects. So and Mr. Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, he's head Intellectual Property Facilitation Centers of V4 Technology Innovation Support Center. Then we have Alfredo Lopez, Ricardo Energy UK. So all of them, we will have to share their set of ideas or insight into in what way they can contribute to this problem of air pollution. So I also take this opportunity to thank all of them for coming and agreeing to join and contribute their knowledge and experiences on this platform. Finally, we have another session where the best practices by different sectors, like Sarosh Kumar Banerjee from Tata Steel, Mr. P.K. Patjoshi from NALCO, Rajesh Kanungo from Sun Consultancy and Services. They will be there to share some best practices that is being adopted in their existing industry, which can stimulate other smaller industry or other industries to adopt such things. So that is the whole idea. So I express my thanks to Mr. Banerjee, P.K. Patjoshi, and Rajesh Kanungo for being here, for agreeing to be here. And so finally, I also express my thanks to Pradeep Kumar Naik and J.P. Pal. I mean, they have worked tirelessly to coordinate everything to make this happen. So I'm thankful to them for doing all the necessary works for this webinar. So I think with this inaugural session is over, then we can go forward for the next technical sessions. So I expect that all of us, we should be there to listen to the experts and what is the come out. But in any case, I think all the proceedings should be recorded And we will prepare some sort of a roadmap that is to be submitted to the government, like what the industries and experts think about the air pollution issues. Because that was the kind of thing with which it started. In the beginning, I said that our additional chief secretary, before we conceived all this, then she wanted that let us first draft out the commitments that the industry sector and Indian Chamber of Commerce wants to make for betterment of air quality in the state. So with this, I thank one and all for being here in this platform. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And please, Dr. Sao, you are the moderator and as well as the sort of, I would say, the session chief for all that, chair for that. So please start with the technical session. And I thank everyone for having come along here.
Mr. Pani, if I can be permitted to leave.
Sure, thank you. We are grateful to your presence and also grateful to our honorable minister's presence. And we would thank you for your participation and look forward to your continued cooperation and proactive levels that you are already there.
Sure. Same here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prashant.
Thank you. Mishra sir, I just wish to take your leave. Honorable Minister sir, I was just seeking your permission to leave.
Yeah, he just left, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, he's there.
He's there. Honorable Minister
right,
is there.
sorry. It changed. Thanks. So nice of you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
We look forward to see Dr. Garg Sahab in our new educational policy implementations, that our technology and the regulation, how to integrate. I think there would be some more dialogue maybe requiring. We look forward to see Garg Sahab there.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So may I request Dr. Sahu sir to kindly, sir, chair and the movement with the technical session, sir, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Jyoti. We are going ahead with the next technical session, which is regulatory and legal aspect of air pollution. So on this, we have two speakers, Mrs. Anumita Raichaudhuri from Center for Science and Environment, and Professor Dr. P.C. Misra. Jyoti, can you just confirm that whether Dr. P.C. Misra is here?
So Mr. Misra has not joined us. He has some medical issues.
Okay.
I think he may not be able to join.
Okay, in that case, so what I can invite Mr. Alfredo Lopez from Ricardo Energy to speak in his place.
Yes.
Okay. So this session. So first, I will invite Mrs. Anumita Raichaudhuri to deliver his address on. The subject matter. This floor is hers. She can pick up her own subject. She is an expert in the matters of air pollution. Have been helping the state government and have been helping the State Pollution Control Board in preparing the city-wide action plan. So she is an expert on that. So it's over to Mrs. Raichaudhuri.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sahu. And I'm really delighted to be here. And thank you so much also the Chamber of Commerce and State Pollution Control Board giving me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts on the issue of regulatory and legal compliance moving forward. So if you allow me, I'll just share my screen and my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Right. So I just want to begin with the fact that air pollution is big and a national problem today. But what is dramatic about the air pollution story unfolding in this country is that even when we know that it is the Indo-Gangetic Plain and cities of North India, which are in grip of enormous pollution, and you can see the red color on the map. And compared to that, the other parts of India look relatively cleaner. But let me warn you that this should not make you feel complacent if you are not in North India, but in another part of the country. Because the state level global burden of disease that has been estimated by ICMR and others show that if you compute the number of premature deaths due to air pollution, then the numbers per 100,000 population is actually almost equal between, say, Orissa and Delhi. Now, that's also because what the health science is telling us that we don't really have to wait for the concentration level to increase to the level of North India to be able to fall ill and die. People actually die at a much lower concentration. And that's the reason why you see the health risk is nearly uniform across the country. Now, keeping that in mind, therefore, the two big developments this year that happened. One, that the WHO now has again revised its clean air guidelines. And it has become so much tighter that it is actually 8 times, in fact, the Indian PM 2.5 standards are 8 times more lax than what WHO is recommending. So they are actually asking us to have just 5 microgram per cubic meter of PM 2.5 in our air. It's that kind of tough target that they're setting. Now, of course, we cannot get there right away, but what we know that the Central Pollution Control Board has already initiated this year the process of revising the national ambient air quality standards, which are going to be even tighter than what we have today. Now, it is a challenge because we have not been able to meet even our current standards. And that's why we have a national clean air program. So imagine, even before we could meet the current target, the benchmark is going to become even tighter. And what other speakers have already said earlier, that there is a double warming. It is just not the air pollution, but also the commitment that India has made in Glasgow COP25 this year. So imagine if India has to reduce 1 billion ton of carbon by 2030, and also if we have to reduce the energy intensity by 45% of a GDP, then it has to come from each and every sector. So therefore, the target for clean air and carbon reduction is really setting the mark for the next round of action in India. Now, how can we clean up? There's a big lesson, and we have heard about this earlier. The pandemic lesson was that when the local pollution was nearly eliminated, and also the regional influence of pollution on our cities was also nearly eliminated, we have seen dramatic improvement in air quality across all cities of India. But even then, we were not able to meet what WHO is asking us to meet today. But the lesson here is that whatever action we take, it has to be at a scale and with speed. So the question for us is, are we prepared for that scale and speed of action or not? Within that context, therefore, if we have to understand the National Clean Air Program, NCAP program, Dr. Gargava spoke about it, Mr. Sahu has spoken about this. So clearly there is a target here. So the cities, the non-attainment cities will have to reduce particulate pollution by 20 to 30% by 2024. But the approach to that is collaborative, multi-scale, cross-sectoral coordination. So there is no hard mandate, because I'm getting into the regulatory concept around these issues. So there is a target, but it does not come with a hard mandate. But the fact that the overall legal framework for this is Clean Air Act. It has to be in consonance with Air Act. But then I think the bigger push for it comes from all the NGT directives. So the NGT directives for compliance and for implementation with the clean air plans is what we are looking at. But now the plans are underway, the implementation of the plan is underway. And there is already a mechanism and a monitoring mechanism in each and every city that are implementing the plan. There is a budget line under NCAP. But if you look at the budget, the overall budget of 460 crore, but when that gets distributed amongst all the cities, per city, it is just about 10 to 20 crore. Even that small amount of money, but clearly what you can see, that the scale of action that is needed, we have not set aside that kind of funding and resource. So, but even that small fund that we have, the focus of that is on air quality monitoring, source assessment, and dust control. Now, with that, So we certainly need to improve our monitoring and source assessment. Science has to support our action. But can we only deal with the problem with dust control, with mechanical sweepers, etc.? That is the question. But the bigger challenge is that recently when the Ministry of Environment had put out the fund utilization of NCAP, we found that it is actually still just about 33%. So even after so many years of NCAP, we have the fund utilization is still not full. But then there is the other line of funding under the 15th Finance Commission for the urban local bodies. But that is a much bigger amount of more than 4,000 crore for 42 urban local bodies. And even there, the target is 5% annual reduction of particulate matter. So for that, now the cities are preparing their micro plans to spend that budget and to inform that spending process. So what are the issues emerging today? Clearly, if we have to move forward and spend the money carefully, we have to look at the compliance, monitoring, and accountability framework. We need to know how to enable higher level of ambition, how to shape multi-sector infrastructure and design-rich solution. How do we benchmark the Clean Air plans from the perspective of effectiveness? Whatever we are doing, is it going to clean up the air or not? And the scale of infrastructure and system development that is needed. So if we have to understand the compliance framework for this multi-sector action across vehicles, waste burning, construction, industry, power plant, then what are we really going to do? It is very interesting that the State Pollution Control Board will tell you that to be able to track progress, already CPCB has given about 258 indicators for the departments and the cities to report progress every quarter. Now, that is a good opportunity. If each and every department begins to report progress on 258 indicators, then certainly we need to see some progress in the coming years. But with a limited budget, there are huge lessons emerging out there. Because, so one is that, and the other is the micro plans, which are being funded by the ULB funding. There are 150 indicators for compliance and reporting. But what we are really finding there is that some of the key sectors are hugely underfunded. So there are too much investments going in for road sweeping and road building. But the key infrastructure and systems for air pollution reduction in transportation sector, in the industry sector, power plant sector are underfunded. And there's a little clarity about what is the infrastructure requirement, design approaches, how do we set target for each and every indicator of the plan? And all these are something that we really have to look for because all the action will have to add up for clean air. So within that context, how do we then understand the regulatory compliance and framework for measurable change? And there are some takeaway there. Overall, there are air quality standards and the governance framework is defined by the Clean Act, the Air Act of 1981, and then the respective legislation, rules, policies in the relevant sectors of air pollution, in each and every sector that matter. Now, often we say that perhaps we need very strong legislations, a lot of power and authority to ensure that their implementation happens. But look at some of the laws in India today. The Environment Protection Act is actually one of the most powerful legislation in the country, which gives central government the exclusive and overriding powers. The central government can also empower the state governments for planning and execution. But the central government can lay standards. This act also allows the central ministry to take cognizance of offense by government department. Now that sounds great, but the question for us is that how will this enable multi-sector action and implementation? Now, when we look at, so one is this over-centralized and huge power concentrated at the central level, and then the implementing agencies and the regulatory agency like the State Pollution Control Board, where they are empowered to plan and execute nationwide program. But under the laws, the SPCBs or CPCB have an advisory role to play. So, and they are bounded by the directions of central government and the state government. So clearly, the autonomy that is needed. Now, when we draw parallel with the other countries, that we say the counterpart of CPCB like US EPA, they actually have the power to approve, ban the major polluting sources, industrial sources, or even recommend and approve loss of federal transportation and water treatment funds. So even the funding decisions as an action is enabled there. So now we have to therefore rethink that have we designed the regulatory program well enough? Coming to industrial pollution control, and if we look at the regulatory and the compliance strategy, what is very clear that all of us, we know what is the existing system. So there is a consent to establish, to operate, consent conditions, restraining person from causing air pollution, power to direct, close, prohibit, and regulate any industry and operation. You can stop the regulation of electricity and water, prohibit polluting fuels, and all of that is allowed under the AIR Act. But now we have to think, because when CAG looked at the functioning of the SPCB, what emerged that while we are not investing enough in the SPCBs, because we are not developing their capacity, their inspection infrastructure, their overall technical capability. So clearly the whole inspection system is not working to the extent that it should. And therefore we now really have to look at that how do you enable and strengthen the operational framework? Because there is a massive shortfall in number of inspection needed. And we have just heard Mr. Gargava saying that going forward, the new generation compliance cannot just depend only on inspection. And therefore, is it the time for a rethink or not? And because the inspection, whatever is happening, is bringing out a lot of problems like deviation from conditions of consent. And we are often not clear that what constitutes compliance. It is fuzzy. Is actual emission the basis of compliance, or availability of emission control system in the industry is the basis of compliance? And there are questions around that. And we need to have a lot more robust data and all that. So now let's think that how do we move forward? Because clearly what we are seeing that the AIR Act, the way it operates today, it is like a criminal act. So it gives the power to imprison, to catch, to close. And we have seen it is not as effective as it should be. So how do we move forward? Because now we need to look at some of the civil penalty options and other deterrence options. We need the new generation approaches. So currently fiscal penalty is allowed only under the NGT Act, where the NGT can do that. So now we have to look at the penal powers. How do we provide the specific for that statute? And the absence of civil administration authority limits the effectiveness of enforcement. And we therefore need more market-based mechanism. That is the big learning that is emerging from our conventional inspection-oriented enforcement strategy. But even when we are adopting penalty, like the thermal power plant standards have now been delayed, but saying that there can be fiscal penalty. But in that case, it is cheaper to pay penalty than comply with the standard. So clearly we have to rethink many of these strategies, and we need reforms, and we have to learn. So what Dr. Gargava said about self-regulation, if that is the way to move forward based on environmental audit, and now here we know that the industry has already started to install continuous emissions monitoring. There is a centralized server, SPCB can directly watch and see what is happening, but self-monitoring data cannot be used for enforcement, because when there is a closure notice to an industrial unit, it cannot be challenged in the court. So we have to therefore change and modify and reform. In Europe, for instance, burden of proof is on the polluter, not on the regulator. And therefore, the self-monitoring and self-generated data therefore becomes more admissible for enforcement. So we need to understand, therefore, how do we integrate compulsory audit for a compliance mechanism, and look into the whole burden of proof issues, the way it is evolving in other parts of the world, where the regulators therefore has a much stronger handle over the pollution. So the one sector other that I just want to highlight from the regulatory perspective. So that was the industry sector. If I give a quick example from the vehicle sector, and why NCAP is also going to face a lot of challenges here. Because when under the AIR Act and Environment Protection Act, the whole NCAP enforcement and implementation is expected to happen, there we find that the vehicles are not part of that. And despite the fact that Air Act and the Section 20 provides for regulating emissions from automobiles, but somehow in practice, we are not doing that. The whole focus has shifted towards the Central Motor Vehicle Act. Now, but there is a precedence. Earlier, actually, the emission standards for vehicles, or some of the earlier ones, were notified under Air Act and under Environment Protection Act. But over time, this whole thing has now moved towards Central Motor Vehicle Act. So how are we going to align the two? Because in all the states, wherever we are going, we are finding that how SPCBs, environment departments, they struggle because they just do not know how to align the action of in the transport and the vehicle sector with the clean air action, just because of these gaps in the legal framework. And one very big gap is, how do you actually regulate public transport? Because today, no act, there is no legislative backup for a public transport. There is no requirement. Public transport remains an optional function under the Municipal Corporation Act in cities. If you don't do it, there is no binding on it that you have to do good public transport. So Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, they are laying down conditions only for permit, etc. for buses. Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, they're providing funds off and on for funding, and that funding becomes reform-based, but that is not a continuous process. So therefore, we just don't know, there's a big disconnect between urban planning, public transport, and clean air action. And this will certainly, even under the urban planning, the amenities that is described under master plans or the Town and Country Planning Act, they refer amenities as roads, but not as a public transport. So we have to therefore understand, even in Delhi, when the parking rules had to be notified, it had to be done under CMVR. Imagine under Central Motor Vehicle Act and rule, but which is really not the place where it kind of fits in. So a lot of these regulatory gaps will have to be addressed if we have to move forward. Fortunately now, the clean air action plans in all the cities, including in Orissa, have provided for a lot of detailed indicators on which public transport, non-motorized transport, vehicle restraint measures need to be addressed. And similarly for the waste management. So we have the regulations. So all these will now require, so even when you have regulations, I'm giving the example from the waste sector. So we have the central rules and regulations for all streams of waste, but the action at the state level and the city level, where the local municipal bylaws will have to be amended based on the rules and regulations, that's where we are lagging behind. And if we do not have that, then the implementation for the infrastructure, etc., will not happen. So if Delhi is able to collect its recycle only 47% of its municipal solid waste. Now that means that all the rest of the waste is going to the dumps. So which means that it becomes prone to more waste burning. Now here, if we do not therefore decide that what is the scale of infrastructure that is needed at the municipal level to collect, recycle, and segregate all the waste stream 100%, that kind of action or the planning has not happened. Quickly to give you just two more examples, Dr. Bhargava, you have heard that the next level, and now the SPCBs have already been asked to prepare state plans. It actually comes from the recognition of the fact that just only city-based action is not going to help. There's a lot of transboundary movement of pollution, and therefore at least the first step towards regional plan can be state level plan. Now, when you look at Delhi this year, all of you have heard about the massive smog episode, but this is just not in Delhi. When Delhi has smog, it is the entire Indo-Gangetic plain that has smog. When Delhi has smog, it is entire NCR also has smog. As you can see, Delhi, Ghaziabad, Noida, all of them are in grip of that. A fascinating number that has emerged from the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology for Delhi, because they now estimate by the hour how much different sources of pollution are contributing to the overall concentration in the city. It's a kind of, almost like, and in this, what you can see here in Delhi, that nearly 54% of the pollution is coming from NCR, 14% from biomass burning in Punjab and Haryana, and Delhi's own local pollution during that smog episode was just 30%. Now, within 30%, there is a breakup. But can Delhi clean up its air if almost 70% of the pollution is coming from outside? Now, that is a question also in Bhubaneswar. That is a question in other cities as well. So therefore, now the question is do we have a legal handle for regional air quality planning? Actually, a lot of people are now saying, experts are saying, that the Article 19 of Air Act, which gives the power to declare air pollution control area, currently it is very narrowly applied only to industrial clusters. But they say that the scope of this needs to be expanded to encircle the entire region so that you can have a more integrated, uniform action plan for the region to be able to reduce this kind of thing. Globally, what they do, they have a good neighbor policy that the state level clean air action plan also has to account for how much pollution that state is contributing to the downward stream, and they are held accountable for that. That is the kind of new generation framework that India will now have to adopt as we move forward. So each state will also have to be made accountable not only for its own pollution, but how much it is contributing to another state in the larger airshed of that region. And my final takeaway is that after giving all of this, so there are legal solutions, there is a regulatory solution, technical solution, behavioral solution. But you really need to understand that when you say that 20 to 30% reduction in pollution, what it takes to get that kind of reduction. That's what people are not getting today. And there's a huge learning in Delhi. Look at Delhi, what Delhi has already done. Delhi has BS6 emission standards for vehicles. It has disincentivized big diesel vehicles, phasing out 10-year-old diesel vehicles and old vehicles. Entire public transport, local commercial vehicle is on CNG. There's a restriction on truck traffic. All coal power plants in Delhi have been permanently shut. Coal is not allowed in the industry sector. There's an approved fuel list. And so now Delhi has banned use of coal in all sectors in there. Now, no other city has actually done what Delhi has done, all of it together. And after doing that, yes, we have seen actually the number of good and satisfactory days improving. Now, pollution. So in Delhi, after doing all of that, we have bent the pollution curve, about 25% reduction that we have seen over the years. But, and that is the big but that all of us have to understand, that even after doing all of that, Delhi still needs to reduce its particulate annual average PM2.5 level by yet another 59% to meet the clean air standards. So what Delhi has done is harsh enough. Now imagine, therefore, what the other cities would need to do to be able to see that kind of cut. So my final slide is that we certainly have to do a lot more at a speed and with a scale. And the agenda is big. So we need clean energy and technology transition. We have in industrial sector, we need to shift to affordable natural gas and electricity. It is bizarre today that because natural gas is not under GST, so the taxes on coal is lower than tax on natural gas. So if industry wants to use natural gas, it is more expensive. So we have created a perverse situation there. So we have to reduce the energy cost of clean fuel for the industry. For the small scale units, we have to look at clean fuel access and need to move from small boilers to centralized boilers with tighter emission standards. We need to ensure implementation of the power plant standards. And we also have to pay a lot of attention to fugitive emissions in industrial areas and industrial waste burning. That's also contributing hugely to industrial pollution. Mobility transition requires integrated public transport, walking and cycling, with a target of at least 90% of motorized trips should be by public transport. We need vehicle restraint measures like parking policy, vehicle electrification program now, and we need circular economy so that entire waste can be recycled, reused, and brought back as a resource. We need hotspot action in all cities. Wherever you have pollution, control it. And keep in mind that today so much attention is being paid to dust control with mechanical sweeping. But understand, while dust is important, but you cannot just address this only with sweeping of roads. You need a much bigger greening agenda. You need forestation. You need to conserve your forests, plantation, soil stabilization in agricultural areas, in the mining areas. All of these are required today at a scale to be able to meet the clean air target. And for that, that scale and speed is what is going to make a difference. And that's where we need to focus on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anumita. It was really wonderful. In fact, the way the gaps were identified, both in terms of legal framework in the different sectors, urban sectors, transport sectors, waste management sectors, industries. It was very, very enriching. Now, if anybody has any questions, we can. This is open for questions for 5. We can take 2 questions. In fact, we are running out of time, so we can take 2 questions. Any questions?
Hi, sir. This is Saroj Banerjee from Tata Steel. Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead.
Thanks for the presentations. And I might only add one request to the man. That why you are telling correctly that SPCB and in the foreign country that state pollution rather than the polluters are responsible. Even if you see the industry also, where normally the ownerships of the plants, like in each and every industry has the environment setups. And I personally seeing this thing that as long as we are able to make the owners who are the plant operations and maintenance engineer responsible for their operations, it is very difficult to the way of what you want. That is the reason that we have to finally build in the regulations to the particular persons who are in charge of the equipment. It is not like that a SPCB or environment department or like a HOD of the department. If we can put the particular mans or persons or mans or he is responsible for the particular area, and if we can do that, that only our aim or visions can be successful. We can make some laws on that part also.
So if I'm getting you right, so you're saying that what I mentioned about the burden of proof, right? Is that what you're focusing on? Now, there are 2 issues. One is that within your corporate strategy and policy and what the government requires, so there is a compliance strategy, and you will have your respective departments, individuals who are responsible for implementation of that. But currently, the way the regulations are designed today, if SPCB issues a closure notice to an industrial unit for polluting, then the entire onus then is on SPCB to prove that they are polluting. Now, globally, that kind of things are changing now. They are saying it is just not the onus is on the regulator. Onus is also on the burden of proof is also on the industry to prove and therefore provide their own data and so forth. So it is a different kind of a approach towards compliance strategy. And that kind of makes it even more efficient when it comes to compliance. So when you have that based on the environmental audit, because only then what the data that the industry is generating becomes admissible in the court of law. Otherwise, today, SPCB cannot take that data to prove. The SPCB then has to generate its own data to prove. That can happen, but you still require a compliance strategy where the burden of proof will be shared by the industry as well. That's the way the other countries are moving today.
Thank you, Anumita. I think, Mr. Saroj, your questions have been answered. So I think if there are no more questions, we can move on. And now I will request Mr. Alfredo Lopez from Ricardo Energy to address this gathering. So, Mr. Alfred, it's you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you have a presentation to make, you can share your screen from your side, or in whatever you feel like.
Okay, so I had a presentation. I was willing to share my screen if that is possible.
Yeah, that is possible. Pradeep, that is possible. I think he can share his screen from his end.
Okay. Do you see
Yeah.
my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the idea that we want to share today here in this conference is related to industrial emission regulation and policy, and what we have seen in the work that we provide to European Commission and other government is that normally the emission reduction policy is not using a lot emerging techniques. So emerging technology is not having a disruptive role, let's say, and it's not helping to reduce the emission limit values in any sector. So this is the core of what we want to present here today. And I'm gonna be navigating very fast through these slides, and the slides, they have the structure that you see now on the screen. So at the beginning, I will provide an introduction to the policy. Second, I will describe why emerging techniques are not currently working very well in industrial emission reduction policies. And third, I will explain the solution that has been designed in Europe to improve or increase the role of innovation and emerging techniques. So this is hopefully what I want to share with the audience today. Okay, so let me say first that here in Ricardo, we help different organizations around the world in order to reduce industrial emission, and we develop policy mainly for European Commission, but also we have helped in the past other organizations. We participate in the OCDE group for industrial emission reduction. What we are sharing today, which is related to European policy, is very similar to what happens in other regions. So hopefully what we share today from Europe is useful also for India and other parts of the world. So here in Europe, our industrial emission policy is based on this best available technique concept. So probably this is very well known for you guys. You are familiarized with best available techniques, which is based on reviewing, identifying, and characterizing industrial techniques that can reduce emissions. And best is perceived as a low level of emission available, including like economically available also. And techniques is a wider term that not only include the technology design, but also the maintenance and how it's commissioned and so forth. So at the end, what the policy here in Europe have is a very large document that are called BREF. And these documents, normally 1,000 pages, they describe all the techniques and they have a part that is legally binding. So these BREF documents, they take 2, 3, or 4 years to be generated. And they are developed with more or less a large team of experts, more or less 100 experts participate for generating this BREF, these reference documents, one for every single industrial sector. So as I said before, the policy on industrial emission reduction cover every sector in Europe. Mainly we have 30 reference document. Myself, I have participated on the chemical sector and oil and gas refinery sector documents. So I have been as an expert in generating those documents. Yeah, probably you are familiar with this, but I need to say that the policy right now is technology neutral, so that the policy is imposing emission limit values for the industrial plant that operate in Europe. And the policy does mention best available technique, but it's not imposing, so that they are not prescriptive, these techniques. This is related with the technology neutral approach. So only the emission limit values are mandatory and are, let's say, legally binding. As I said before, this is a very heavy workload done by more or less 100 experts for each one of the industrial sector that has a brief, a set of rules, let's say, call it this way. Okay, so the brief, it does compare the emission limit values for every pollutant, for every source of emission, and there is a heavy technical analysis comparing how each technique is best or is only a candidate, etc. I wanted to say also that these briefs that are very large, they contain techniques that are primary, for example, the use of cleaner fuel like natural gas, but they also contain techniques that we call secondary, which are end of the pipe. So abatement techniques, for example, a filter or an ESP, they include both. So normally these documents, they will be describing and characterizing for every sector, for every emission source, they will be describing candidate BAT, so any available technique, but at the end they are conclusive and they determine which one are the best available techniques, which performance is legally binding, as I said before. These very lengthy documents, they also include emerging techniques, but only to describe them. So nothing, let's say, currently there is no impact in the policy or in the performance of the industrial installation from these emerging or novel techniques which have lower TRL. They are not commercially available, they're not proven. So the document very briefly describe them, sometimes not very good descriptions. These are poor at the moment. And as I said before, there is room for improvement on how the European policy deals with novel emerging techniques. Okay, I'm gonna jump here. Now I'm gonna enter the second block of my presentation, describing why there is room for improvement on industrial emission policies, at least here in Europe. So there are a few things that are not working so well in the policy framework that I was describing before. Number one is that the system is very slow, so it takes 10 or 12 years to generate or to update this document that regulate each one of the industrial sectors. So for example, the brief for refinery is going to be revised next year, and it was revised and updated 10 years ago, so that they're very slow. And the key aspect here for your audience today is that the emission limit values that they are called here BATAL, the emission limit values, they are backward looking. So they are based on past year performance. And this is why there is no room for novel or emerging techniques, because the way the policy is setting the emission limit values is analyzing how these industries were performing on emission in the past. So we have been seeing the same technologies like DeNOx, SCR, ESPs for 10, 20, or 30 years. There is no too many disruptive techniques in reducing industrial emission, at least in Europe, in most of the important sectors. This is the problem that we are trying to face with what I'm sharing here today. So one of the other root causes on why this is happening is because, as I explained before, these 100 experts that derive the policy, normally we don't invite so many technology supplier. There are very few technology supplier or technology developer that participate in this policy information exchange, let's call it the way. So let me show some data on that. We, Ricardo, has been helping European Commission analyzing the root cause on why there are not so many emerging techniques. And the data that you see here on the screen refers to 5 different sectors. And what we were trying to show here is that it is proven that technology developer or technique developer are rarely invited as an expert in this policy framework. So this is one reason why we end up with very few novel or emerging techniques on industrial emission reduction policy documents. Yeah, this is something similar, some graphs showing the same example. There were some interviews in Europe. So trying to understand whether they have participated in policy development or not. So those are that are expert developed, they never participated in policy information exchange. Okay, so I have too many slides, so I'm jumping pretty fast in some of them because the time slot is limited. So the third block of my presentation is here to share with you guys, with the audience, how in Europe we are drafting ideas to improve the situation. As I said before, there is room for improvement, and we want to see more emerging techniques. So I'm going to describe now the steps that we are taking. So the first step that the European Commission did, it was a pilot test, and we operated Ricardo during 3 years an innovation observatory for cleaner industrial technologies. We did it only in 2 sectors, in textile and slaughterhouses also. And what we did in this pilot test is we tried to improve the previous situation. So how we did it? First, we did a very detailed map of the technology developers. We did it by country and for each one of these sectors that I explained before. And we not only identified those experts, but we try to engage them. So try to convince them to share their information on how their novel emerging cleaner techniques could be, let's say, impacting the policy. So we had review in this pilot test of the Innovation Observatory many different information sources like papers, for example, or brochures. And what we saw is that depending on the maturity of the technology that was described in these information sources, a different type of technology developer was, let's say, the author of these information sources or these papers. So yeah, trying to wrap up now, in my 2 last slides, I'm gonna describe the draft measures on European Commission policy that we have taken. So the European Commission has accepted the draft that you're gonna see now here on the screen on things that will change in the future, potentially, if this is approved. This has not been approved yet, this is only a draft, in order to increase the role of these industrial novel cleaner technologies. So the European Commission is willing to, let's say, operate the Innovation Observatory officially because they're satisfied with the pilot test that we, Ricardo, developed. And the observatory will have the roles that you see here in these 3 bullets in the bottom. Number 1 is the observatory will be in charge of validating these cleaner techniques or technologies. The observatory will be also in charge on assigning a maturity level. We use the TRL score to describe the, so TRL 9 means that the technology is commercially available. It has been proven at commercial scale. And then if TRL is 9, it means that it can be included as a policy. It can be recommended, let's say, to the operators to reduce their emissions. And what is probably most important is that if the Innovation Observatory determines that in a given sector there are important novel emerging techniques to reduce the emissions, then the observatory could suggest to accelerate the review of the emission limit values. So instead of waiting 10 years, if the observatory, for example, determines that green hydrogen is available to reduce emission in combustion sources and a BREF could be reviewed, then the observatory will have certain powers to accelerate and suggest that the policy updates the emission limit values. So that's basically what I wanted to share here today with the audience, but I'm open to question either here or later on. thanks for the opportunity. Hopefully I didn't go too fast.
Thank you, Alfredo. It was wonderful. In fact, you showed us various the facet of technology, particularly technology innovation and validating the technology. That's an area where we find it very challenging, because I come from a regulatory agency, so we really find it extremely difficult to accept and adopt a certain kind of technology for innovation. So it was really wonderful having you. Any questions by anyone? It's now open for questions. I think, well, there is no questions, but in any case, we have the mail IDs of Mr. Alfredo Lopez. So if anyone wants later to have any questions, they can send us the questions and we can forward it to Mr. Alfredo. I'm sure we'll take those questions and clarify. Thank you very much, Mr. Alfredo Lopez. That you accepted our invitation and in fact delivered some very insightful lecture. Thank you very much. So now I will take this opportunity to invite Dr. Khanindra, Professor Khanindra Pathak. He is a Dean Infrastructure and Professor Department of Mining Engineering in IIT Kharagpur. So Pathak sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we have been discussing some very important aspects, important points, and I'm afraid we have already almost gone. Time is very less, but I'll try my best to summarize the things in as quickly as I can. But let me share a few slides, and then we'll discuss about it. Now, really, there is a big challenge ahead to all the technical community to get that how we will be combating our this. Can you see my slides, please? Is the slide visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah. So what I'd be discussing about this combating air pollution. This is where, and we know, as all the speakers have very nicely highlighted this, our wind, our air, our atmosphere, we need to protect, as our minister has already said, that exactly we'll have to get control over our grids, as it says by Tena Tektena Vunjitha, that our Ishapuneset's sayings will have to follow while consuming the earth resources, and there we'll have to follow how our ancient people used to do air, that is as a Pavan or Vayudevata. They used to pray for its energy because it was prayed because of its own self-cleaning and self-sustaining system. But that self-sustaining system, we have, I think, somewhere disturbed it. You might have seen everywhere city now we are having this type of situations. And as a result, as Madam Anamita has said, that what is happening per lakh of person, how many deaths are taking place due to air pollution. You can see here all the red colors where 90 to 112 people are dying out of 1 lakh people in India itself. So that means air pollution is started taking the toll. Now for that, we'll have to go for integrated efforts to combat, on which Garg Sahab has already told the things, as because he was the initiator of that GREP program, where this graded response action plan in Delhi, what he made. I think he is not here. We could have discussed a lot of things that they have initiated. And here we are looking forward to the smart mobility, our power sector emission control, our indoor air pollution and clean cooking arrangements, industrial emission control, construction, road dust management, integrated waste management, transport emissions, and many other to come into this hexagonal efforts. Then, but what is happening? This outdoor air pollution challenges, it existed, it exists, and it needs urgent attention. And for that, we'll have to go for reducing the air toxics, then preventing the cancer, birth defects, and reproduction systems. If we don't take care of the air, care of our atmosphere, care of pollution, definitely we will be giving some birth defects in near future. So that at the same time, the climate change, which has already, we have started feeling that it could be a very different world in our lifetime itself, maybe, if we do not reduce the risk from this toxic air pollutant. And also we'll have to protect our stratospheric ozone layer. A big things over here. When we talk about the air pollution, it is the globe, it is that our whole atmosphere and the below the sun, whatever is happening, it is it's a vast area. And it has been identified in US, there are more than 187 pollutants which are exactly causing damage to our wind, our air, our atmosphere. So now this, where we'll have to take our innovations. If this is happening, one of the things you can see, the diesel consumption, diesel engines, their exhaust is one of the main problem, and which is having so many different types of. There a lot of clean diesel technology are coming up, but there are new innovations have been are being researched and demonstrated, like that new fuel injection system has been developed. There is a diesel particulate filter has been developed. All in the mining industry, we now know that how Caterpillar is giving the different type of our catalytic reactor. We are giving a different type of our this exhaust management system. But while we're giving this type of, even I think you know how Audi, they had to take up their all cars because of they were doing there was a big scam about that, how software were giving a false decisions. That means during the test you will find that your whole system is not causing any pollutions, but when it is running on the road, it will be releasing all the pollutions, because there these new systems which is being developed for the diesel engine, the innovations have come, and then the software controls exactly which way that whether our when we are injecting, say for example in the exhaust, if we are giving a urea water mixtures for that cleaning that exhaust for from the particulate matters and all, then there had been some innovations that by collecting the black particles, solid black particles which are emitted, whether we can convert them to ink and some paint and other product. So this way also some innovations are coming up, so that whether the pollutant material can it be used for some useful purposes and the business can be created while cleaning. That means whether that type of synergy can be brought. So in this line also research is going on, where this our whenever with this selective catalytic reduction, which is coming in a big way in all the multi-cylinder diesel engines, which cause a lot of our diesel exhaust problem. There we are having, and even this there are new business have come up with ammonia, but they have got their own problem as well. So now in other area where the French government, they did in 2018 a system called Prima La Casa system, where they were old diesel cars were given a retrofitting to make them so that they will not pollute, and by that they were giving a compensation. So now by that compensation scheme, quite a large number of vehicles, they were brought into this new system. In India, the way our number of vehicles, number of our different type of diesel consuming engines and machines in different sectors have got increased. Now the retrofitting for making them cleaner is also necessary. Now there will be number of challenging things in while getting a retrofitting, because in India we have that something after 15 years or so we can make the things off the road, but still we can see some Maruti 800 of 1982 are some of the people are still having it over there. So that when it's very nicely one of our speakers have said about the policy and regulations, but while making this policy and regulations, and that will have to be routing to so that our innovations and technology implementations, they get together. So for that, now what type of retrofitting will be there? That is another big issue there. Now, this in our diesel vehicles, there could be number of different type of innovations required. Now that we need to conduct detailed investigation of the exhaust pollution certification system, whether the way we are doing, when my car was last pollution testing was done, that whether this is giving a really clear picture, and then how many times exactly we, all the educated people, also do certain violations of that system. But there should be some more innovations coming over here, where a automated regulation system that will be introduced. Then while minimizing the engine output emissions, this is another thing, that black carbon particle, which is a big havoc for the environmental things. Now on the black carbon mitigation, how our policy or rules we are making, because we have seen that whether it is our burning in the agricultural field or from the, that is our old diesel engines being operating over here. And there are many other areas from where this black carbon is coming. Now, how the black carbon can contribute to the climate change is also well researched and known. You may be knowing that if there's so many avenues, from the residential cooking to agricultural burning, from open burning, from your this coke oven plants, mining machinery, agricultural shipping machinery, all they produce. And then when they are producing over there, they have got a lot of co-emitted gases. And these exactly when go to the atmosphere, they move with our normal wind atmospheric movement. It goes, and also there are aircrafts and all which is also releasing their exhaust. And the whole black carbon, it can get deposited with the exactly on the snow covered our polar areas. And then this is one of the major contributions in our climate change and then our global warming. Now, this way we need to get certain innovative approaches. That how will you do? That means whether a micro sequester network. Now, can there be, we say in India, when we are having 130 million people, if there be a household devices for locally sequestering some of this pollutant, that could be a different type of innovation becoming, which could be an application of chemistry, chemical engineering, as well as some of the physical treatments. There could be some concept of tube transports. That means that can be our transporting instead of the roads and all. That means whether that can be the total closed tunnel from where the emissions things could be very concentrated way collected and separated. There could be new retrofitting devices will be coming into there, in that whether our MSME and they can be working with, because one of the problem in India, we get that many of our big high machinery being introduced in mining and other sectors, they're coming with that all components and things will be having some contract with the OEM, and that original equipment manufacturer, they will not be allowing to get anything retrofitted, and if they have to be done, that will have to be done by their own devices. So there in some of the policy change may lead to getting some of the retrofitting. Moreover, sometimes some of the OEMs, they have got their controlling and monitoring systems, but our end users are not well conversant with that whatever the fitting has been given over there, and their data not properly analyzed. This factor is also slowly getting revealed. Now there is a rapid biodecay with value generators for our municipality wastes and all. Can we have a new type of devices by which a new rapid biodecay will be there, and then the decayed product, whatever is coming from there, some value generations. These are exactly some of the ideas or we can work on for our defining some of the new area of research like self-cleaners source of pollutions, that wherever the pollution is coming, pollutants are emerging, there can we have a self-cleaning devices. That is that type of retrofitted system will be helping us. Similarly, software controlled behavior of machines. We do the monitoring of the machines for its productivity or safety things over there, but how it is behaving, a truck when it is going, when it has started that giving their warning, we do the condition-based maintenance, but with the condition-based maintenance and the behavior of machine for the pollution, that can be integrated, and that is so that the behavior can be corrected automatically. This is an area where self-correcting machines, if there is any machines at one particular stage when it has started emitting, that at that time, to certain extent, without any depending on the other things, so that it will be the advanced smart machines will be coming up where this IoT and AI will be working. Similarly, solar and wind powered air filter network for SPM harvesting at highly polluted zones to be integrated with drainage network and converting SPM to construction materials. Maybe some of our cities, some of our industrial belts, some of our mining areas, if the air is sucked into and then at a number of places, and from there it is given to the drainage systems, and where there will be a filter to take out that all particulate matter. Similarly, say in a copper mines, in a copper smelter, even in the dust particle which are there in the air, from there that valuable copper metals may be getting lost. So having a proper collecting system, we can collect. Similarly, in a coke oven plant, some of the coke can be recovered. So that type of system by which where it will have to be made energy efficient, there are certain innovations required. Similarly, automated inspectorate system. We have seen many a times that is the certification for pollution to many of the environmental the certification system where human interference is there. We are not a very honest society, and there always a doubt factor remains. So now this whole total inspectorate system, it will have to be automated by that proper type of that is your digital movement or digital revolutions will have to come to make our regulatory and this compliance sector totally automated by application of AI, IoT, and machine learning system. So like that, what we can do for it. Now here I tell about that, we'll have to encourage demonstrative projects. Now these demonstrative projects are, I think our IIT Kharagpur had this opportunity to convert a Zoda iron ore mines where these are the whole air pollutions, wind erosions, everything were there. This was converted to that totally green area in only within 6-7 months. This was a demonstration given. Similarly, I think here I can see Mr. Banerjee is there under his leadership with the cooperation of IIT Kharagpur. Their slags, that steel plant slags which were lying for years over there, which by only with a 1-year experiment, we could create a green belt so that the dust particles cannot go over there. Similarly, we can take up investigative assessments of systems, and the licensing and permission system, pollution certificate system, compliance monitoring system will have to be automated digitally. We'll have to innovate and adopt technology solutions and self-regulating policy. This is also another aspect. We'll have to redefine the roles of the industrial and societal stakeholders of higher and technical education, which taxpayers' money. That is what is going on in the universities. We'll have to go towards more innovative and then an implementation things. Not that our policy things also will have to be adopted from another country. So here we'll have to take a totally different type of movement where we'll have to adopt what other countries have done. The best practices of best demonstration projects of others will have to be there. Similarly, one thing I can tell you about that, the CARE and the US EPA, they have talked about this community action for renewed environment, that CARE to improve the conditions of the community. If we can do at a local level, an integrated system will be giving as an universal results, we can get it. So for example, we can have a making farmers having more than 10 acres of land, leave at least 0.1 acre for birds and butterfly, rooftop gardens or for butterfly and birds. If you go to Austria, you can see that how the farmers are controlled, that with a total remote sensing and GIS-based management of the agricultural land, by which they give a particular area will have to be left for the butterflies and honeybees and all that thing to keep flowers to grow over there. Now, that type of systems will have to be incorporated. Now, I'll just, because we have already overrun of time, I'll not tell, but one thing is there, I'll tell that we'll have to develop a care roadmap type of things, that how to build a partnership, identify community concerns, that identify community vulnerabilities, identify community assets. And in all this, there is a need of innovative applications of technology, artificial intelligence, our data management, data collections. Now, I appreciate that with the help of our pollution control boards, our environmental management people, we have got a very good monitoring systems over here. When there's air pollution monitoring for the countrywide, that systems were there, where Coal India and other that our public sector units, they contributed for the whole fund to generate, and we have now get into different places. Now, coming to that, we now need to give more stress on development of technology and development of implementation and demonstration projects. With this, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share a few ideas.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really, it was indeed enriching. You had been a nice professor as always, and we got to know a lot about various frontier technology and innovative things that we can do. So thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? Well, I think if there is no question, then we can move on. We are already running short of time. So I can invite Mr. D.P. Mishra, who is co-founder of Surface Solution for Green Earth. He will be, I think, talking about his own technology, about how he is, helping the air pollution to combat air pollution. So, Mr. Mishra, the floor is yours. In fact, since we are running out of time, I'd like you to be very brief. I mean, all subsequent speakers to be brief. And here's another announcement, because I have at 2 I have another meeting. So I request Mr. Rajesh Kanungo, who is also here, to moderate this program, and Shama, Dr. R.C. Raut, who is also here. He can also, I mean, both Dr. R.C. Raut and Mr. Rajesh Kanungo can take up. I may kindly be excused because I have another, that was also a very compelling meeting, so I can't really go about it. So thank you very much. And Mr. Mishra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to hear from the sort of alumni or dignitaries from this in this particular field. And if you ask me, we are a bit novice regarding the technical part of other aspect like your regulatory part and all. But quickly, I will just jump into the topic before instead of wasting time. Just I'll share. Pradeep ji, can I share the PPT? Hello.
Pradeep.
Pradeep, please give him the control.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So now, please share, sir.
Yeah. Just hold on. It's not getting shared. Just hold on.
So please go on.
Yeah, just I'm trying to share it, but it's not getting located.
Okay, you can.
Desktop.
How sir, this is Saroj Banerjee sir. हम लोग का timing will be changed that.
I think yes.
No.
That is coming.
There is some issue. I'm not getting it. Hold of it.
Sir, if you're having some issues, then you can share me. I'll share the screen from my laptop.
Okay, just hold on. I'll just share the PDF. Just hold on. I'm not able to share this from the.
So please, you can
Sir, so better, sir. We can move to the next speaker. Meantime,
Yeah.
sir, you can arrange your.
Yeah. That will be
better.
Okay. So now would like to call Mr. Aditya Pondir, sir. So please, sir, please comment, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are really running behind time, so I'll try to be as brief as possible, because even I have to attend a meeting at 2 o'clock, supposed to be in a meeting, another meeting. So thank you very much to the ICC and the Pollution Board, Odisha Pollution Board, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I will be speaking in perspective of climate change. Well, climate change, is now definitely a global issue. It is an issue which is going to determine like how we are going to progress in the coming days. Like you've already discussed, like whether Odisha is a place which is no stranger to climate change impacts. We've had things like Fani happening. We have had so many cyclones, so many droughts happening in the past, that now climate change is becoming a big issue, whether it's for Odisha, for the country, South Asia, which I look after, or from as a global. So 2030 is the global map where the Indian government has given some very challenging commitments. So if we are able to meet them, it will be a big development. But how do we go there? That is the thing I would like to talk about, because the roadmap to 2030 or 2070, we will have to see that the industry, the public, as my previous speakers have said, everybody will have to come together and we'll have to work on the emissions. Now, coming on the emission part, as you see that it's very tough. Despite the COVID, the emission level from 51 billion, it was only dipped by about 4%. And again, it is back to the same level it was pre-COVID. So you can imagine we are at the same emission level which we were before. So how we are going to come to the level where we are looking at cutting out 45% of our global emission by 2030 is the biggest challenge we are facing. As it's a very broad industry we are talking to here today, though of course I know steel, cement and plastics, these people are the ones who are the maximum where the carbon emission is becoming the biggest issue. But even if we take the general industry, I would like to just talk about 3 points which I think the industry can use, which I have seen through my experience in Australia and other countries which I have been visited, is that number one, every industry can start using less of diesel generator sets for their energy consumption. They can start putting in solar panels, because once you start putting in solar panels and start taking as much of energy load, even not only electricity, even heat, both the things, if you can take from solar panels or from concentrated thermal technologies, the chances are that your GHG emissions, your carbon dioxide emissions, your carbon monoxide emissions will come down. So, and this is applicable to all industry, whether it starts from steel or you're talking about mines, or you're talking about even a 10 crore or 20 crore industry, which we are talking about. Everybody can do this, number one. Number two is also look at the supply chain which you are part of. That's again a very important aspect, which I think we have been missing out throughout in this discussion, that industry has to look out at the what is your chain, what is your supply chain you are part of, because the supply chain emissions are quite prohibitive when you combine everything in the product. So trying to work with your vendors, trying to work with your buyers, wherever you are located in the supply chain, is very important to cut down on the emissions. And here your electric vehicles can play a very big role. This is what we are seeing now in Europe and America, that electric vehicles people are trying to use as much as possible, whether it's for delivery, whether it is for new autos which have come up, new vehicles which are coming up, especially two-wheelers for deliveries, because there are so many small components we are having. So if we can reduce these emissions in supply chain through electric vehicles, through other means, this would again go in a big way in reducing your emissions straight away. So coming to the third part. The third part is, I think the industry must have a serious look at hydrogen as again a heat source, as heat, as well as for other like for whether it's for transport, whether it is for your in the manufacturing processes for generating heat. So hydrogen is one thing I think as one of the emerging technologies which is going to really play a very, very important role in coming times, and the industry will benefit greatly from this particular thing. And finally, I will end by saying that till the time we are able to develop better technologies, which we are trying to, everybody is working on, as our speaker from England said, that there is still a lot of things, even in Europe, they are facing a challenge. The best technology known to man still for reducing particulate matter is tree. Please try to plant as many trees as possible. I think the industry should take it as a challenge to plant as many trees as possible. Like bigger your turnover, more should be your trees planted by you, because that is one sure way which can bring down the particulate matter, will make the surroundings more healthier. Like even our own climate reality project is planting 1 million trees in Puri area after the Fani impact. So we are trying to put in about 1 million fruit trees. So the whole idea is, let's plant more trees. Let's try to do both the things together, trying to get our emissions down and also see how we can have a more healthier time effect, because ultimate objective is to have a more healthy and a more prosperous society. And that can only happen when everybody gets together. So thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
Pradeep.
Hello. Yeah, Mr. Sir, now your PPT is ready. Should I move to another speaker?
This is Amberjeet. What I'm going to do, I'm going to share the PPT for him, and he can speak actually, because I'm his colleague actually. So I have the PPT with me. So let me share it.
Yeah, please.
You speak. Hello, you speak.
Yes.
Just a second, I will share it for him.
Okay, fine. I think my colleague Amberjeet Som, I have some technical issue, because of that I could not share the PPT. I'll quickly. Is it audible to everybody?
Yes, it is audible.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. First of all, sir, Surface Solution was having a dream to contribute towards a greener and healthier tomorrow. Our focus is to become comprehensive solution provider to air conservation, dust pollution control, and soil conservation through erosion control and land revegetation. So basically, you are all expert in this particular subject. I don't want to narrate on this, but as Sir has Sir has introduced us, Dr. Sahu, that will be dealing with one particular area, that is fugitive dust emission. But our approach is slightly different. Our approach is, sir, basically a holistic approach, that we believe that the technology alone is not, the newer technology alone is not going to comply or give a comprehensive plan to mitigate the dust problem as well as the air quality index problem. Our guiding philosophy is, even if we remove all the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere using high-tech solution, we would still be left with depleting fertile soil, food shortage, drought, flood, lack of clean water, and an ecosystem collapse. I hope you all will agree with me. What is the solution? We need to adopt natural-based solutions in conjunction with the modern technology to solve this problem. This is where we come into picture. So I will not enter into this particular area, this particular slide. I will not spend much of time. Everybody is aware since 1998 to 2014, what is the level of pollutions or air quality index has changed drastically. Even ma'am was telling that just now that even those states were not in the picture in the pollution index, AQI bad index, now it is growing fast. In 2000, so therefore, this is an alarming situation over here, and we need to act on this. Number next. And this is one more area where why we wanted to discuss on this. You see, the 45% of the entire, hoping 45% of the entire AQI index is getting disturbed because of the dust and construction activities, and mostly in the urban areas, while the waste burning is in the rural areas and agriculture. So this is the 45% area. If it will be work, we can comfortably come to a stage where what is our objective is to bring down the AQI index level to at least by 10 to 20%. Next. So what is the, let us understand what is solving of air solution puzzles. In the four core area where we can comfortably bring down this, achieve this target. One is replacement of vegetation and forest, effective dust management practice at source, native ecology restoration of water bodies, effective emission of management practice at source. Why we'd like to club all the three together? Because all three are interconnected and it has relevance to reduce the AQI index as well as the management of dust control or dust mitigation. And we will be talking one by one, very quick overview we'll give, because the paucity of time, we're not in a position to explain all it, because every subject requires a separate half-a-day affair. Next. The problem we solve is air conservation, water conservation, and soil conservation, and primarily dust pollution mitigation, mineral dust, fly ash dust, mining act, construction activities, dust, transportation dust, etc. In water rejuvenation, water body reservation, and recirculation, where some of the part my colleague, co-founder Mr. Amarjit Som will discuss regarding that in a very short, brief manner. And third is soil erosion mitigation, immediate erosion control, and erosion control, general soil stabilization, etc. And Professor Kharindra Pathak has already given some example what he has done regarding the revegetation and afforestation area for controlling mitigation of dust as well as for the AQI index improvement. Next. What is the current practice? Let us understand what is the current practice we adopt as per the guideline of CPCB, NGT, and State Pollution Control Board. Say, for example, we have taken coal alone. Coal, let us understand coal, what we have been advised that adequate water sprinkling, covering of polythene sheets. These two is being advised, sometimes 6 to 7 times in the port area, in the mining area also 6 to 7 times, and polythene covering wherever it is required. Next. Let us see whether this is sufficient enough to tackle the situation. Rather, let us analyze how detrimental this is to use this sort of thing. I'm not exaggerating, but the uses of polythene sheets on the mineral stack is extremely difficult, expensive, cumbersome. I think all the stakeholders are here. They will agree with me that it is manpower intensive. There are a lot of accidents are taking place while covering the stacks. Therefore, it is always not up to the mark. It's also difficult to retain the polythene sheets on stacks during the strong wind. Even if my information are correct, during the month of Kala Baisakhi, like from April to May, it is being advised the racks and the heaps is being should not be covered. The reason is because of strong wind, the polythene get eroded. Polythene sheets are environmental menace, and one polythene sheets they are using for 2 to 3 times. Rest are getting depleted, getting into small pieces, and the disposal is also a big task. We are again depleting the environment. So, but we are forced to cover the polythene, and when it is covered on the coal, it burns along with the coal during the self-combustion process. Again, it pollutes the environment, air pollution. Next comes that water sprinkling. Whether the water sprinkling is the right approach for the dust emission. So most of the time, if you see that water evaporates quickly, water is relatively high surface tension, and because of that, it get attached only to the larger molecules. What about the smaller molecules? It never get attached to a smaller molecule. Ultimately, water never stop the dust emissions or fugitive dust emission problem. And one more aspect of the your water is, according to Dr. L.L. Sloss, a British scientist, that water is detrimental in the self-combustion cycle. We all know, and when I have interacted with many of our stakeholders, they also agree that water should not be used in the combustible coal, because coal is as such is exothermic in nature. Therefore, it encourages spontaneous combustion. Why? There are 2 factors. Low moisture content coal shows a steady increase in the temperature over the rise over time, whereas high moisture coal, the temperature may increase rapidly initially, followed by the evaporation, which result in the temperature reaching to a plateau around 80 to 90 degree temperature, 90 degree centigrade. Therefore, the coal catches the fire quickly. And again, when water has been applied in the stockpile, what happens? The heat may generate in the heat of wetting effect as the coal reabsorbs the moisture, as because it's exothermic in nature. This can lead to the premature thermal runaway in the coal pile. And moreover, whenever we make a 10 meter or 20 meter heap, the water percolate into the pile, creates channel, and which allow the oxygen to get into that. Because of that, if you see in our coal stockpile, and particularly coal stockpile, the coal combustion takes place in the ground level, means in the bottom level of the heap. Whereas internationally, if you see, if that happens also, it happens in the upper layer of the heap. Next. Sir, here I would like to, we would like to place a couple of slides, which we can see that Vizag Port Trust in India is around 38 million metric ton we are handling. This is some picture, and Krishnapatnam Port is around 36 million metric ton, Paradip Port is around 60 million metric ton. But if you see the overall picture, vis-a-vis our counterparts, means of other country, that our ports are handling less quantity of coal, but still we are having almost all the ports are polluted. The reason is we are adopting a policy of sprinkling water. Whereas if you see this one, Richard Bay, South Africa, it is handling 91 million metric ton of coal. If you see the surrounding area, then you'll find here, this one is Newcastle, Australia. It is handling 150 million metric ton per annum, which is around 3 to 4 times coal they are handling. If you can see that nowhere it is the single polythene is being used, nowhere the water is being sprinkled, but still there are buildings, surrounding buildings, you find that all are clean, and the environment. And if you see, you can see the roads also in between the intra coal heaps. Because of it is non-polluting. Why? Because they are adopting some technology, which we are going to discuss in quick succession, that is giving them leverage to give a clean environment, even besides the sea source, and the residential zone is also nearby. Next. So I'll just quickly say this particular slide, that you see in UK, in last 20 years, if you see the PM level is drastically coming down. Okay, UK is a developed country. Now, if you compare with US, China, and India, the China being a developing country, being a fast growing country in as far as industry is concerned, still it is in a declining stage. Whereas except one single year, India is increasing in the PM 2.5 and PM 10 concentration level. Next. And what is our effective control? What we are suggesting? We have designed a formula called Green Tech 360 program, which is 100% effective, 100% safe environment, 100% safe on health, 100% cost effective, 100% simpler to implement. Green Tech program is designed to control the fugitive dust, soil erosion control, and customize comprehensive program to implement through assessment of practical issue in the site. We have traveled to many places all over the world. We have, for last 6 to 7 years, we have been designing, we are instrumental in designing this sort of policy or this sort of product and technology, which is going to give a comprehensive solution in a cost-effective manner to the industry. Next. What are those products? I'll just give brief idea that we are using not as, because a single product is not going to panacea of all problems. It's not going to solve all the problems. Like for coal dust management, for iron ore dust management, for rock phosphate, for different type of minerals, other minerals, one single product is not going to solve the problem. Therefore, various other products internationally is being used, like encrusting agent. I'll show you some slides where encrusting agent being used in Vedanta, in Vizag, and NTPC and all. Weighting agents in NTPC, conditioners, erosion control. There are a lot of products like residual agent, because we believe that one single particular product is not going to solve all the problems. Foaming solution, self-combustion inhibitor, and revegetation excellent. The product. Yeah.
Mr. Sir, can I interrupt, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, just to request you, sir, if you can make it little shorter, sir, because we are already running up.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll complete with a little bit with 3-4 slides more. Right. Okay. These are the slides which shows that the slides of interesting agents. Okay. How it works, how it formed a crust over here, so that the dust coal dust pollutions can be prevented, and it is being tested in Vedanta at Vizag. Next. This is a large-scale trial we have done in VPT, and this is the crust, around 8 to 9 mm crust. Which this is the veneering best practice internationally, veneering system, which we are using polythene. We can use a veneering, and it will last long, cost-effective, as well as it works faster. We can save a lot of time. The railway as well as your stakeholders can save a lot of time. This is the coal stack compaction and sealing. This is system. Next. This is the NTPC. We have done the untreated fly ash and treated fly ash. Rather, it's a conditioner treatment for the fly ash, where the fly ash is a big menace in NTPC, NALCO, as well as everywhere, that the people are agitating, they're creating trouble for the companies. So this also can be a solution. Next. Without dust, this is a mitigating fugitive iron ore dust with without dust suppression and with dust suppression. Next. Next. This is a mitigating surface dust pollution. This you can see that treated and untreated. Though here this one is dust is being generated with a different type of agents. I have already shown how this being this is not creating any dust after the treatment. Quick. Next. Mitigate. my suggestion to the state PCB and all internationally, whenever during construction and reducing construction industry pollution, why can't we use this sort of system, mandatory provision for while the construction site as well as in the destruction site? Next. Some appropriate application systems which are different application systems for the different site. Next. And this is one area where already Professor Kanindra Pathak has narrated, so I'll not take much of time. Land reclamation vegetation also controls the air pollution. But next. This is the phyto remediation and vegetation erosion control by HECP. Okay, phyto remediation and this is one area where you can see. And Mr. Amberjit Som, my colleague, he will take 2-3 minutes time to discuss regarding that how water plays a pivotal role in controlling dust. Okay. Over to Mr. Amberjit Som. Thank you.
Can I just share my screen? Yeah. Yeah. Can you all hear me, please?
Yeah, please.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, distinguished guests, dignitaries, and ICC and OPCB for giving us this opportunity. Okay, so what I'm going to actually talk about quickly is, since we are running out of time, water bodies and wetlands, in fact, they play a major important role in actually mitigating air pollution. Because what really happens in water body when it's in its healthy condition, which is in its native ecology. Now, what really happens is the surface of the water is always negatively charged because the oxygen molecules in the water, they are negatively charged. And since they rise to the surface, so what happens typically, the surface of any water body is always negatively charged. Now, what happens, all the particulate matters in the air pollution, they are positively charged. So when air comes in contact with water, all those particulate matters actually get absorbed in the water. And if the aqua ecology of the water is alive, which means if it's a healthy water body, then actually it gets consumed in the water body. And it's a natural process which is given by the nature. So what happens now? The problem is actually most of 90% of our water bodies are not in a native ecology condition. They are all polluted. When they're polluted, this particular function doesn't happen. So I'll just quickly give an example of this, what really it did, how it can do wonders. This was a case study in Kudikanta Lake, Hyderabad, which also has an input of 2.8 million liters of sewage every day. Now here, actually, this water body was resurrected and rejuvenated, and EPTRI Hyderabad was engaged to test the water quality and the air quality. In the month of September 20, the AQI level around the lake was about 365. After 3 months of rejuvenation resurrection, the air quality AQI actually came down to 150 in just about 3 months. So actually, now the thing is that I was reading it somewhere, that post-independence, India has lost more than 5 lakh water bodies to all kind of construction activities, various kind of land mafias, and we have lost. Now, water bodies really play an extremely important role in actually mitigating air pollution. And if we have all our water bodies in healthy condition, which means we restore and resurrect the native ecology, in fact, then actually they can help us a lot in terms of mitigating the air pollution. I will just give an example. Like if you look at, for example, Paradip as a city. Now, Paradip as a city is stressed in terms of air pollution because of the port activities. Huge amount of mineral volumes are being handled over there. Paradip has a almost 17 kilometer long water body. Just we can all imagine, like if this water, like currently the water body is in extremely bad shape. Now, if this water body, the native ecology of this water body can be revived, what it can really do for Paradeep as a city. It can really do wonders. Now, also, not only just do wonders from air pollution point of view, but as well, it can be a great infrastructure for the tourism, because Paradeep being a port city is also attracts a lot of tourists. So in fact, the point here was to make was actually that how water bodies also play an extremely important role, and we need to protect and restore all the water bodies that we have, and more so in areas which are your mining cities, which are industrial hotspots, which are port cities, where all activities which generates a lot of air pollution. In fact, those cities, we need to actually consciously restore and rejuvenate, resurrect all the water bodies that are there. And water bodies can really be one of the 4 pillars in actually saving us from air pollution and mitigating air pollution to a large extent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So then moving to the next speaker, we have Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, Head Intellectual Property Facilitation Center and Technology Innovation Support Center, NRDC, National Research Development Council, Government of India. So may I request Dr. Sahu?
Thank you, Mr. Naik. Thank you, ICC. Good afternoon, all. Although it is a very challenging time for me because my schedule was 1:20, but now it is 2:30 because I was.
Sorry for the delay. Actually, got.
Okay, no issue. But we at the same time we must respect the time of others, and so that will give credibility. Although we are part of that. So thank you for giving this opportunity, and particularly when we are talking about emerging technology, air pollution, environmental pollution, it is the high time for all of us to understand how to mitigate the challenge. And challenge cannot be fulfilled without bringing new technology and emerging technology. At the same time, we must have to understand and do the risk assessment about the technology what we are talking about today, when the air pollution or environmental pollution that has been discussed at both bilateral and international level. So I will bring my organizational perception and understanding about technology we are talking about. And being a national organization who have the largest depository of technology, particularly that may be useful for environment, biodiversity, ecosystem, and sustainability. So when we are talking about environmental sustainability and also sustainable development goal, we must have to take a approach that one size of shoe cannot fit all. And we don't need any modular kitchen. Indian ecosystem needs to mitigate some of the earliest expert very well touch upon that we need Indian ecosystem and Indian technology to mitigate the challenge of India. And we have seen, and we have been talking about standard and innovation standard that European Union always talked about. And in the Indian context, as far the technology is concerned, the technology readiness level we must have to analyze. But before adopting or analyzing technology readiness level, we must look into the innovation readiness level, whether that product what we are bringing to the market is having the freedom to operate, or it is consumer viable, or the society is looking for that technology, then only we take it. And otherwise, it is one of the biggest challenge what we have been facing, particularly in the environmental pollution. And we have many technology as far as some of the technology we have transferred and commercialized to some of the MSME, startup, and industry in the country. One of the best example I would like to share with you, one of the innovative technology I will say, because this is developed by one of the national labs, patent filed, and there was a growing demand, and we transfer the technology called recycling of plastic waste to tile to as many as 6 companies in the country. Those who are not mitigating the challenge of the environment, also mitigating the challenge of the society through new innovative technology, livelihood, and new startup, and that those who are giving benefit to the indigenization, particularly towards Atmanirbhar. So technology plays a very important role, but at the same time, we must have to validate the technology. We must have to capture the value of the technology and also connect the dot. and that will certainly give the benefit. And being a national organization, we are there to provide all kind of support, particularly in technology protection in the form of intellectual property, technology validation, technology assessment, and technology foresight. These are some of the important component we need to take into consideration when we are talking about emerging technology for the mitigating the challenge of environment pollution. And we are always there to support, and for any kind of support, I will urge and request to ICC to discuss with us. And also time to time we have collaborated in the past, to particularly in the technology, bringing academia industry together. That is the need of the hour, because what academy is doing, industry do not know, and there is no synergy in the country. We have, I think, largest number of university, more than 900 university, but the sustainable level, particularly if you see the university, those who are the private university, they are not able to sustain in the market because of lot of challenge they are facing. So this is the time we must have to be Atmanirbhar in technology, and being a national organization, we are there to collaborate, cooperate, and connect. And thank you, ICC, for giving this opportunity. And we have another meeting at Naval Indigenization Golden Jubilee celebration. I am on the way, so I did not come out with any presentation because of that. But always we are there and looking forward for the future collaboration, and we will join hand and make the difference. Thank you, all of you. God bless you. Jai Hind.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, we'll definitely coordinate with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful deliberation, sir. Coming to the next session, we have three speakers: Mr. Saroj Kumar Banerjee, Mr. P.K. Parjoshi, and Mr. Rajesh Kanungo. So this session will talk about industry-based practices on air pollution and controlling measures. So now I would like to request Mr. Banerjee, please. So.
My screen visible?
No, yes, no. Sir.
It is there. Thank you very much for giving us opportunity.
So you have shared something, but it's not coming on the screen, sir.
It's not coming?
No.
I have shared. No, it is not yet to come.
Can I share, sir?
Yeah, you please share.
Okay.
I think you can go on speaking. Because it is already shared, that's why you have to. Okay, Pradeep. बोलते जाइए. Or let Mr. Rajesh Kanungo first do it, then I will do it later. Is it? I think. Is it not? Do you not able to share it?
Yeah.
Or Mr. Parjoshi. So 5 minutes only.
Yeah. Should I say it?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. You have given me the control?
Yes, sir. You can share.
I can share now. 1 second. Mr. Saroj Banerjee has to stop sharing because it is still on sharing mode.
Okay.
It's showing you cannot start the screen share while the other participant is sharing. So you have to stop sharing.
I am putting actually my laptop has got hanged. Okay.
Still it is showing sharing.
Sir, you just do the stop sharing, sir. Banerjee, sir. I think
Banerjee,
from
sir.
your end.
Banerjee, sir, you have to stop sharing. You click stop sharing.
Otherwise, you exit and then come back.
That can be, yes.
I think Rajeshji, you can go on start.
No, you cannot share. You cannot say. I cannot share. Or we can go to Mr. Parjoshi. Parjoshi, you can share. Yeah, Mr. Parjoshi, you can start.
Sir, please unmute yourself, Parjoshi, sir.
Yes. Unmute down.
Yes. Please start.
I'm started sharing.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Start sharing.
Visible?
Yes. Zoom.
Is it your screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, friends.
Good afternoon.
Due to lack of time, I am just accelerating the program. Actually, my session. I am here from Nalco Damanjodi, and I am just going to explain just showing some sorts of best practices with respect to air pollution management. Okay, sir. Nalco is an Navratna public sector company under Ministry of Mines, established 7 January 1981, and is one of the India's largest integrated aluminum company and the lowest cost producer aluminum bauxite in the world. Nalco has its own captive power plant, captive mines also, from whose ore is being transported through conveyor belt and is exported to the different countries and for its own, utilized for its own utilization at smelter plant and ongoing. Now, as far as aluminum refinery plant is concerned, the main raw material is bauxite, which is again a mineral or ore, which is being digested with its various types of chemicals into caustic soda for production of alumina. So in order to get 1 ton of alumina, we require 3 to 3.5 ton of bauxite, and we generate the industrial lowest of red mud for approximately 1 to 1.5 ton. You see here, the entire process involves handling, transportation of ores or minerals and chemicals. Our final product is a dusty material also, and our raw material is a dusty material also, and the entire process is prone to air pollution. As far as air pollution is concerned, it is prone to dust pollution, particulate matter pollution also. This is the process where the bauxite is digested for production of alumina. The process is called Bayer process. And the activities during this production process involves crushing, grinding, transportation, metal landing, process and production also, and especially the fuel combustion, like combustion of the oil and combustion of the coal, which is a potential cause for causing air pollution with respect to particulate matter and with respect to the gaseous emission also. And the sources are mainly bauxite, alumina, our final product, again coal, lime, and some other chemicals. In addition to having alumina, the alumina refinery plant is also having a thermal power plant having 94 megawatt capacity and 5 boilers where the coal is being burned and we generate the ash to generate power, and we also emit the flue gas to the atmosphere. So with respect to this process, alumina refinery plant has some air pollution contributing factors, and the air pollution contributing measures has already been taken by the unit, and I will show some of the slides how air pollution control measures has been taken. The electrostatic precipitors has been installed in the calcination plant and boilers, and that the provision of tall stacks for emission of the flue gas. Dry box system is available in the bauxite handling, wet scrubbing and pipe conveying in lime handling area, and provision of bag filters, dedusting units in calcination, provision of the weight grinding, provision of the water sprinkler in coal handling and red mud pond and plant roads, and provision of mobile suction unit and the roadside sprinklers also available. These are the few air pollution control measures that alumina refinery adopt to manage its air pollution, and dosing of chemical is one of the other activities. So alumina refinery is being governed by an environmental policy where the refinery is committed to use non-polluting and environment-friendly technology And with this objective, again, it is committed to maintain a clean environment, a green environment. And this is possible by management of air pollution. Let me show some of the snaps, how and what are the measures taken by the alumina refinery at Nalco Damanjodi to control the air pollution and to manage air pollution. The dry fog dust suppression system or dry fog system has been installed during the material handling of the bauxite ore. The dry fog is nothing but the atomized water particles to suppress the dust emission, and the availability piping conveyor system for transporters of the lime handling. The provision of the bag filters are also available to control the dust emitted from our final product unit. There's alumina handling unit, because the calcined alumina is the product, is the economy for our plant. So while loading, unloading, and transportation of the alumina, the industry is not at a cost to lose a particle of the alumina. So the bag filters have been installed in the silos when the alumina is being uploaded to the train. And the provision of cyclone separators are there. In order to suppress the dust inside the plant premises at various workplaces, there is provision of the road side sprinklers are also available. The alumina refinery plant generates two types of high volume industrial waste, which is not hazardous in nature as per this hazardous waste rule. One is red mud and another is fly ash. And both these industrial waste are being disposed in slurry form. There is no handling of the solid form. So the slurry form disposal is aimed at controlling the dust pollution during handling, transportation, generation, etc. And this red mud is being disposed to the specially designed red mud pond exclusively for storage of the red mud pond and reclamation of the water. But there is possibility of dust emission from the dry part or dry portion of the red mud pond. So there is provision of water sprinklers. We are having 72 number of water sprinklers to suppress the dust that would have been emitted from the dry portion of red mud pond. And this water used in these sprinklers is nothing but the reclaimed water of the red mud pond. And as far as fly ash is concerned, it is again disposed to the fly ash in slurry form, and in moisture condition, it is recovered from the ash for utilization for transportation of the potential users. And again, this fly ash is also utilized, is also supplied to the potential users like cement making, road making, and brick making, and a number of users also. And during the unloading process of the dry ash, we are having the provision of dust control system by spraying of water. Again, the fly ash is being utilized for low-lying area in our own development area. And in order to suppress the dust, the fly ash low-lying filling area is again blanketed with topsoil, so that dust is not being emitted, and the second water sprinkling is being carried out. And the fly ash, where it is being utilized for the in-house purposes, like supply to the cement plant or making fly ash brick plant with one purpose, the dust suppression is being carried out through water sprinkling. Nalco Alumina Refinery has developed a fine green belt in order to suppress the dust that would have been emitted from the alumina refinery, so that the dust is being contained within the plant. And the total amount of total quantity of plants planted by the alumina refinery since inception is more than 36 lakhs, and we have covered only 61% of the own activity land area against the target of 33. These are the pictures how the plantation has been carried out, and the species has been chosen as per the Central Pollution Board guideline, and the species has been chosen having a wide surface area so that the dust emitted from the site can be arrested, so that air pollution with respect to dust can control. These are the pictures which show that adequate dust plantation activity has been taken for control of the dust. Even the plantation has been carried out near the ash pond and red mud pond to control the dust emission that would have been possible during dry season. And alumina refinery has installed 4 number of ambient oil quality monitoring station, which is being connected to the SPC server. Of course, it is a regulatory requirement and is being displayed at main gate. But the question is, one dedicated manpower is being deployed to monitor the value and to check the conditions of abnormality, if any. That is the carefulness taken by the organization to maintain the air quality throughout. And this, as far as the air quality norm is concerned, the boiler's thermal power plant has been assigned 100 milligram, and calciner is 50 milligram. And as far as 2021 year, we are far beyond the assigned value as assigned by the Pollution Control Board. Aluminium refinery has also taken another step that one vegetation study was being carried out by Alumina Refinery to assess the impact of the air pollution in and around the surrounding area within the 10 kilometers. And the observed values are encouraging, and there is no air pollution tolerance index was assessed, and it was monitored by an NABL accredited laboratory, and there is no adverse effect was monitored, which establishes that the air pollution control activity by the unit has been duly taken care, and the no impact has been imposed upon the flora and fauna surrounding. However, some more job is yet to be done, and journey ahead is we have engaged CII for inventorization of greenhouse gas, and we are planning to revamp the electronic precipitator to achieve the revised norm as assigned by the Minister of Environment and Forest. We have the planning for provision of flue gas displacement, although the emitted sulfur dioxide as on date is within the norm, and we are planning to implement the Odisha state coal policy and will substitute the use of HFO, and we are also planning for use of fuel additive for ammonia hydrogen. Sir, this alumina refinery, in addition to making this plantation activity throughout periphery, we also do the samplings to the community, because we are not focused on the production productivity. For air pollution control management, we involve the stakeholders, we take care of the community, we take care of the sustainability, and we are not only bothered about the productivity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Pajosi ji, I have a question. Now you are shifting from slurry, wet disposal of red mud to a dry disposal process. Am I right?
Sir, it is under planning.
Under planning. Now, what will be the impact on the air pollution? Because dry disposal definitely will have some pollution, particularly in summer season. And when it is windy, and it is at a very high altitude, Damanjodi, and it is windy, and you are going for dry disposal. Can you just put what you are going to?
There is a probability of emission of particles more in the dry disposal than wet disposal. However,
Correct.
the consultant, the MECON, has given certain procedures to contain the area, solid disposal in a blanketed area, in the roofy area, so that the dust emission will not be carried out. And also the consultant from IISc Bangalore has given that more plantation activities to be undertaken. Now it is established.
Are you going for sprinkler on the red mud pond?
Actually, dry stacking will not be the only solution. We will have wet disposal also. We will have a dry disposal also. Depending on the season and climatic condition, that will be adopted.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you very much, Pajosi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Saroj sir, can you now your presentation? Can you share now, Saroj sir?
Now he can share. He just.
I think he can share. Yes.
I can share, but yeah, now I can share.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Pajosi sir, आप थोड़ा निकल जाइए.
Yes, I have made a. I have made on sharing. You can proceed, sir. No problem.
Yes, sir.
Yes, now it's coming.
Yeah. Sorry for that technical hinge. Actually, my laptop was get hanged because of the timing. I think here also laptop would understand also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. ICC was giving us the opportunity. And really, we are pleased to all of you. As you know that Tata Steel Meramandali plant has 2 units normally. If you see integrated steel plant, there's only BF and BOF route. This is the only steel plant Tata Steel have both the routes. We have DRI routes as well as blast furnace routes. And if you see about the technology partners, if you see all the technologies are there, I'm not going details on the subjects of Tata Steel equipment. These are really good assets which has been brought by Tata Steel from a former Bhushan Steel. And just to tell you the achievements, as we talk about sustainability, we have this slide talks about what are the different achievements we have done for the last 3 years. And you can see that each and every year, like dust emissions, specific area, oxidation plant, first time, world first UV oxidation plant in coke oven plant, rainwater harvesting, discharge effluent, all the RO, everything has been put, rapid evaporation. I'm not going for that because the seminar talks about only air pollution. And these are the KPI. Why I have shared this presentation last time also when we made this presentation, we have shared this document. And this only gives us a flavor that when I present this data to all of you, it gives a confidence, yes, really we are improving. And if you see the last 5 years graph, all the graphs are improving. If you talk about fresh water, talk about LD slag, talk about dust emission, talk about carbon emission, talk about energy intensity, even solid waste utilization, which was given example, solid waste utilization is just 52%, now it has increased to 96%. Why I'm telling all these things to you? Because as you know that any environment can only improve if we measure. And if you measure the performance continuously within year and work trained, when I'm giving this data to all of you, I have also some ownership. And next year when I come to present to you the next things, I will show the arrow and 10-20% improvement again. That is the way Tata Steel journey. We always believe in improvement and we are continually doing that. This slide talks about the what are the different control we have taken on air pollution control, like giving an example, covering of wagon, pre-weighting of coal wagons, auto sensor based DFDS systems, and wheel washing systems everywhere. And these are the things we have. I think all of the most of the steel plants, the raw material handling system, they do it. And these are the things we are continuously improving. If you see the steel making area also, like industrial vacuum cleaner, why I'm taking the small examples, because you know, everybody understand that environment can only improve all of us as an individual, if you take some pains. And last 3 years, we took a lot of pains and lot of improvement projects we have made, like industrial vacuum cleaner we have put everywhere. And there are some areas where back filters was not properly adequate, where immediately, as you know that any ESP back filter takes some time to implement, and immediately we have installed portable back filter, make Donaldson make. And another things I want to, when I'm this slide, I want to tell all of you that maintenance has a very big role for pollution control. When you took sessions with all our electrical mechanical engineers, I told them when there is a breakdown in the motor in the night shift, you come in the night shift. But when there is a pollution control equipment fails in the night shift, are we really care when you come in the night shift and attend the pollution control equipment? That is the sensitivity we have all of us to brought in, and we are trying our best to do that. My request to all our colleagues who are attending here, that is the way sensitization we have to do with our operational maintenance guys, so that if any breakdown on the pollution control equipment there, it has to be attended just like in production equipment. If we can do that, our job is done. These slides I will take, because this is the only slides which we talk about lot about our improvements. Like, as you know that any ESP revamping, where Mr. Kanungo has also helped us in this journey. Like all of us know that electrostatic precipitator operates in the electrical frequency of 50 Hertz. But now there are some technology has been developed where I can operate our ESPs in a high frequency power supply. And all electrical engineers understand if I use the power supply of high frequency, dust accumulations, dust creating dust suppression efficiency can be improved. This exactly we have done our center plant, and we have now horizontally deployed our power plants. This high frequency transformer rectifier is one of the best case which we have implemented, and we have shared to all our industries, and I'm sure some of the industries already benchmark this initiative. And this is also one of the things. Let us suppose I'm operating at 50 milligram on normal metric now. 15 milligram can be easily reduction, and these are the examples that I'm giving in the center plant, which is a very critical for any steel plant, where we have reduced from 50, we're operating around 48 to 50. Now it has come down to 38 to 40. And now we are trying to install another one in the fifth field. First field we have installed HFTR, and last field we have installed micropulse. If you can do this combination, we can reduce. You have seen that technically it has been possible. Increase 30% reduction is possible by efficiency of the ESP, efficiency of the cleaning efficiency. So that's why we are giving the delta reduction of 10 to 15 milligram we have achieved, and this is a real case study. And I invite our team member who can come here and see. And now the same technology you are implementing in power plant also, where also Angul Energy Limited we have already implemented. This is the, you can see that number of alerts, which was number per day, we used to get alerts on 50, now it has reduced to almost 0. And 50 milligram came to 40 milligram per normal meter in central plant. Solid waste, as I am told, solid waste is a very important area for air pollution, because as long as if you utilize the solid waste, now our solid waste utilization is 96%. That means I am utilizing my solid waste in our center plant, our processing plant internally. What is that means to me? It means to me that when I'm using in our plant, that means my airborne, because normally if we keep the solid waste in your storage area, it becomes airborne. And if we can use it very quickly, like LD slag was a very big mess for us. Now we have mostly our utilization has been increased to 96%. Now we are confident within 1 or 2 years we'll entirely vacate the entire LD slag accumulated for last so many years. So that is the advantage by using this solid waste, and our IBMD team, which is the Industrial Byproduct Management Divisions, they are continuously working. And our other units like Jamshedpur and Kalinganagar, they have gone more than 100% utilization, and we are also trying to get 100% utilization of all solid waste. That is one area which indirectly helps us in ambient air quality control also. Carbon area, which normally, if you tell that carbon, as we talked about a lot of climate science and other, as you know, 1.5 degree pathway. These are the 4 initiatives which has given us carbon figure, which was around 2.9. When Tata Steel took over this plant, we are operating around 2.99 ton per TCS. After implementing these 4 big projects like commissioning of second PCI, commissioning of gas-fired boiler, commissioning of coke dry quenching, and commissioning of LD gas holder. This these 4 projects has given us from 2.99 to now we are operating around 2.8. Last year was the COVID period. Now this year we are expecting more. Still, we are dependent on our coal-based DRI. When we are trying, we aim to get out from this coal-based DRI by 2025. If we can achieve that, then we can obviously get our best benchmark in the level of carbon emissions also. Next slide shows about the solid waste. Different practices I am telling you. Like solid waste utilization has increased from 50 to 99, where LD slag is one of the major contributors of solid waste. It has increased up to 87% last year. Now we are operating on 96%. When we talk about the air pollutions, we should also see that how we are doing the sustainable logistics, because when integrated steel plants operate in a lot of things in the logistics area. And the first time in the steel industry where we have all the flyers which used to buy transport to the roads. Now with the help of railway, we are sending through the railway wagons. And you can understand that Scope 3 of the carbon emissions has a great impact when you convert from all the road emission to the electric railway, we can move to cargo and railway. And we're trying to maximize transport through sea as a railway, and trying to minimize as minimum as possible road transport. But this is the area where all of us has to work to get in the so that maximize transportation logistics through the rail as well as sea rather than roads. And another way, the electric vehicle, which is coming in a very big way. First time in the steel industry, our Pilco stockyards in our Saibabad plant is operating with electric vehicle, where we are reducing around 2850 ton GHG emissions and potential capacity, and which is equivalent to around 131,000 trees. As I have told you that if I don't measure our emission parameter each and continuous basis, like when I'm operating my laptop, I can see what is the dust emission in different stacks. Now at this live we can see. We have made an environment campus, and digital is a very important tool to really understand. Pollution Control Board has helped us. Now all the stacks are visible to CPCB especially. Now, not only dust emissions, now here all the water parameters, dust parameters, ambient air quality, and the carbons, all the data, including solid waste and noise parameter, we are getting in a digital environment canvas. And all of us having laptops, we can see in our mobile itself that what are the different units of my plant, like Tata Steel Meramandali, how much emissions has been done today, what is the dust emission level at this live point. That's why this comprehensive digital canvas is really a good example of digitalization of our environment management system. When I talk about the afforestation with the help of IIT Kharagpur, because this is also a sustainable measure. If I have some pollution, a steel plant cannot happen that without any pollutions we can produce. But obviously, whatever little bit pollutions we are doing, can't we make it through the number of plantations? Like one of my colleagues say 33% green belt. 30% green belt is a very good way, but how to do a green belt with a very quicker way? That's why we took the help of IIT Kharagpur and make that Miyawaki method of afforestation, where we made that entire our LD slag dump yard in a Miyawaki method of afforestation in the biodiversity also. Some of the example, like we introduced some 28 bird nest, plantation of 40,000 saplings in our old char dam. This is one of the good example where Miyawaki method of plantation has been adopted as steel plant boundary of LD slag dump. Total 44,027 number of plants has been planted in the Miyawaki method and covering 89.31 acre of area. The same has been applied in the other areas also. You can see how quickly within 6 months, that's why I'm telling, we don't have much time. This method has given us quicker way of making this greenery in our boundary. And thanks again for giving a platform to share our best practices. I am sure next time we'll come with a much more and robust practices next year.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Excellent. So, I think Rajesh ji, you can start now.
Can you unshare?
Yeah, I have answered it.
Yeah. Should I?
Yeah, Rajesh ji, you can start.
Yeah, I can start.
Hey, you also start and.
Yeah, I'll start and I'll conclude also. Okay. So, I'll take hardly 7-8 minutes for this. So this is the thing which we are going into. So my topic will be, the principles. What are the principles, best principles for air pollution control? Yeah, all of us, we know we have to go for a process approach. So, each of us, it's the individual responsibility. If at each individual industry, each individual society, individual government and the municipal corporations, we have a process in our respective domain. So that process has to be monitored at each and every stage, starting from input to the process and output and delivery of the items. So at each stage, we have to think of how we are going to control the air pollution. So now we have to think of a risk-based thinking. Suppose somebody has told that when you were talking about an innovative technology, Mr. Sahu was telling that we must think of the risk associated with that particular technology or particular approach. So risk-based thinking is a systematic approach which is applicable for the management system, and we should be very, very proactive when we are considering about the air pollution control measures. Now, with risk-based thinking, risk can have a positive risk where the opportunities are involved, and it can have a negative risk when the issues are involved. And we have to respond to the both, and we have to take the benefits of the positive risk and also mitigate the negative risk so far as air pollution control is concerned. Now here, with our business strategy, we have to consider all our internal and external factors while taking a strategy for air pollution control. Now this air pollution management will have a preventive approach, that is the best thing. But still then, when the prevention is not 100% effective, we get some issues. And then that issue, immediately we have to go for correction. But correction is also not enough. We have to take corrective action. Now, corrective action is something that we take such an action after finding out the root cause, so that the same problem doesn't occur, same pollution level doesn't occur, air pollution doesn't occur, and it doesn't occur in other areas and other locations also. So that should be the approach actually. So there are different methods how we are going to control the air pollution. Now, the effective methods to control air pollution is source correction method, pollution control equipment, diffusion of pollutant in air, vegetation, and zoning. Coming to source correction, you can substitution of raw materials, process modifications, and modification of the existing equipment and maintenance of the equipment. And pollution control equipment, control devices for particulate contaminants, gravitational settling chambers. Yeah.
Sir, please make it slideshow, sir.
It's not showing?
It is showing,
not in full view, sir, actually. The full screen view.
I think F5 will act.
It is showing now from the top? No? No?
Sir, this
it is okay.
slide 1 is on the screen.
Complete.
Slide 1 is on the screen.
Yeah. So make it a slideshow.
I am doing slideshow actually. Should I share it again?
No, sorry. Is it in slideshow mode, sir?
I am in slideshow. So
इसमें लगता है
okay.
resume slide show.
One second. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now it's
It's fine, sir. It's fine now.
Last slide.
Effective methods for control of air pollution. That slide you are seeing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So okay. So these are the methods where you can go for air pollution control. Another thing is the diffusion of pollutants in air. It is sort of a dilution. When our air volume is more and we allow the gas to disperse or diffuse then vegetation. Already the speakers have told how the vegetation can also help us in controlling the air pollution. Then zoning. Pollution Control Board has a zoning atlas wing. You have to zone the industries. No major industries should come in one area, and the industry location, citing criteria of the industries and citing criteria of the critical activities should be in such a way that the air pollution impact on the recipients should be less. So then the strategies, if you think of, this is how the strategies we should think of, we should plan. The leadership is a very, very important thing. If the leadership is strong, then you can plan and you can have a good support of the system. And in the support, you have communication and operation. Now, you can control this through operational control procedures. Also, you have to devise your emergency response system. Suppose your ESP fails, then what is the backup to it? Whether there is the interlocking of the furnace or the kiln to stop, or whether there is another back filter at least to absorb that till that time, or there is a backup field or a backup standby ESP, something like that, emergency situations. Then we have to continuously evaluate the performance. On the basis of performance evaluation, we have to take certain corrective action. Whether we are achieving our target or not. If we are not achieving the target, then our action is not adequate. We have to make more stringent action. So this is how it is all the same slide I have explained here, how the leadership is very, very important for planning, support, operation, performance evaluation, and improvement in air pollution control measures. So for us, if you see a particular SWOT analysis, the strength is of any organization or any air polluting industry or air polluting local bodies, urban local bodies, or anywhere, the state of the art technology, what type of technology we can adopt it or adopting or going to adopt. Then competency of the manpower, very, very important. Then availability of resources, systems in place, and financial soundness. Then opportunities are also required, like waste to wealth, circular economy, already some speakers have spoken, then waste exchange bank, business opportunity from waste management, and increase in the company's share price. Like my back filter waste or my ESP waste should be a raw material to somebody else. If that comes in the picture, then the industries also will be more, it will be more lucrative to do the air pollution control also. It is not that people will not think that by running the ESP, I am consuming this much of power. So that should be the idea. So nothing should be treated as a waste. So we should go for the waste collected during the pollution control equipment or devices should be sold as a wealth. But the weakness is lacuna in the implementation, gaps in the competency, and inadequate awareness and training, poor maintenance of the work zone, and unattended areas. There are certain gray areas. Then threat is show cause notice by the regulator. Suppose we don't stick to the standard, there could be show cause notice and leading to closure and leading to loss of business, loss of reputation, and low confidence of the stakeholders. So this is if you go for this air pollution control through structural approach, if we implement this structural approach of ISO 14001 in all the organizations where there is a major source of air pollution control, then definitely we can control the air pollution through a systematic approach as per this particular standard. So this is what my presentation is, and I think I'll sum up, Dr. Raut.
Okay. Yeah, please sum up.
Yeah, I'll sum up the technical. Should I stop sharing? Sharing is stopped now? No.
It is there,
Showing.
Okay.
Still there? Or should I?
Still yes, sir.
Still there. Please carry on.
Okay. Okay.
No issue, sir. Let it be there.
Let it be there.
Okay. So at the very beginning of the technical session, Ms. Anumita Roy Chaudhary has spoken on the legal aspects of air pollution control measures. What are the power of the state board and the CPCB and MOF, and how a lot of powers are not being exercised. That also she highlighted. And then what best can be done, and how the European countries, the own burden of proof lies on the pollution control board. In India pollution control board has to prove that the particular industry is guilty, but in European countries now, if a show cause notice is given, now it is the industry has to prove that industry is innocent. So that means it is stricter. So that type of approach also we can adopt. So that was a thing. And
basically, she has emphasized on act with scale, at speed, and with the difference in strategy. Because her program.
Strategy is different. Yes. And Dr. Khanendra Pathak, he has very nicely detailed on the combating this air pollution. It should be an integrated approach, and how these self-correcting mechanisms are there, like interlocks, IoT, Internet of Things, and all. If something goes, if the stack emission goes a little bit high, how the furnace input will stop or reduce, something like that. So then, Mr. DP Mishra,
I will add one thing. He has emphasis on black carbon mitigation strategy. So he was emphasizing that technology, black carbon emphasized, and he told one word, that is care. Community action for renewable energy. He explained very nicely.
Yeah. And Mr. DP Mishra and his colleague has given how the natural-based solution, along with modern technology, the surface treatments, surface treatment for fugitive emission, reduction of fugitive emission. And then Aditya Pandit, he talked about the changeover to solar energy, electric vehicles, hydrogen, and tree plantation. These are the measures could reduce the air pollution. And Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu from NRDC, Government of India, has also put emphasis on the risk assessment of the innovative technology which we are going to adopt, whether this technology is adoptable, acceptable in the society or not, those things. Okay. Then Mr. Sarosh Banerjee has highlighted best practices in air pollution control measures in Tata Steel, Meramandali, and along with that, other water pollution control measures also he highlighted, where this UV oxidation method in the treatment of cyanide and phenol in the Cocoban effluent. And Dr. Patjoshi has very elaborately highlighted the air pollution control measures in alumina refinery, with special reference to Nalco Alumina Refinery at Damanjodi. Thank you, all the participants.
Besides that, Alfredo Lopez has emphasized on best available technology and its reference documents. We have to change the system.
Yes. So thank you for all the participants. It's already Mr. Rao.
Lastly, you have given a very good lecture on this principle of how to reduce the
air pollution and its system and
Yeah.
management. Basically,
Yeah.
PDCA cycle, you are emphasizing on the PDCA cycle.
Yeah,
So,
PDCA cycle.
excellent.
Yeah.
So, because
Yeah.
of time and the content is very high, time is less. So, at least we
Yeah.
are having now 32 members. In the early, it was, I think, it's 100 numbers. And if
Yeah.
30% of the people will follow this, what are the measures we have decided now, then our 30% will help us to come back to our original position, and we will have a good air, clean air, what you call. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of ICC, I would like to thank you all
Thank you. Thank you.
speakers, especially Kanungo sir, Raut sir, and other speaker, Banerjee sir and Parjoshi sir. So, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I think with this, we will conclude this meeting.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you all. Thank you.